Addy came back with the smokes. You didn't think it would happen, but he did. He actually kept his promise. That's right. We're back on the air somehow, an illegal pirate broadcast from you through Allen Park, through Ford Field, right to you. And we brought the whole gang back because we needed to. There was no other way to do this except whole, unfiltered, and brought back alive again. And I get to say it now for the first time in 3 months, and I didn't think I'd get to say it again. And I'm not sure how long we'll be able to keep saying it, but we're going to keep saying it until they shut off the lights again. Welcome to the Pride of Detroit PODcast, prideofdetroit.com, Pride of Detroit on Twitter, Pride of Detroit on Facebook. You know where to find us. And yes, live now on twitch.tv/Pride of Detroit and YouTube.com. God, already.
You're rusty. It's
Made
okay.
it 2 minutes in. 2 minutes in, we were already doing adequate stuff. So Daddy came back with the smokes. Now that he's fine.
I still think the over hit, to be honest.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we did start a minute late, so we were already adequate. I'm Chris Perfett, the adequate host, at Chris Perfett on Twitter. I'm still, as far as I am aware, freelancing. So we have to figure these things out. But the good news is that we all made the concessions. We all came back. We wanted to be here. We wanted to bring you the Lions podcast just in time for the season. The people upstairs saw all of your comments. They saw our massive, blatant push for more downloads in April. They saw everything. And they knew they couldn't keep us out of the kitchen. So I'm going to shut up for like 2 seconds. I've got more to say, but first, again, I'm Chris Perfett, at Chris Perfett on Twitter. Jeremy Reisman, fearless leader, at Detroit Online. Hi, buddy.
Hi, man. I gotta, when you said, like, you know, welcome to the PODcast, and you did your whole, like, POD Pride of Detroit podcast, blah blah blah, like that. I got a little tingle when you said that. That felt like home right there. That was
endorphins just injected straight in there.
It was just a warm bowl of chicken noodle soup that I needed for my soul.
Well, I'm glad it's chicken noodle soup and not whatever we're going to feed you later on for Movember. But we're remiss without our man, a man who has his former name up on the wall here, Bovada King 69, or better known as Ryan Matthews, at Ryan_POD, who the only line of communication I've had with him over the past 3 months have just been sending memes to one another.
Chris, it's nice to see you live and in living color on my two-dimensional screen. And Jeremy, I saw you yesterday in person, so that was cool. I didn't have that tingly feeling until there was just a gap for where the rock god goes. So
that's right.
I guess we both got our jingles back, but man,
I hope I still have that audio clip saved on my hard drive.
It's like riding a bike. We'll figure it out.
How about you just say it right now, and we'll put it in there if you can't find it.
It's a motherfucking rock god.
Oh boy.
Oh, come on. Kids love Limp Bizkit these days. Kids love it. Yeah, so there's a lot to talk about. Jeremy, do you want to talk a little bit about what's happened here?
Yeah, I'll do that. And just so everyone knows, we are going to talk Lions football on this podcast. This first segment,
is our training camp preview.
Yes, this is our big training camp preview podcast. But this first segment is going to just kind of detail what's gone on in the past 3 months, why we're back, what you can expect this year, and all that sort of stuff. So I just kind of want to like flash forward immediately to a month down the line, because that's when SB Nation kind of came back to me and said, like, listen, we've seen the backlash, we've seen the downloads, the emails, the tweets, all that sort of stuff. Let's come back to the table here and talk about what's next. And I'll be honest, like right away, their vision of what was possible and my vision of what was possible, pretty far apart. Like most negotiations, we weren't seeing eye to eye right at the beginning, which is why it's taken 3.5 months, but we worked through a lot of things. I wanted to make sure a lot of things were taken care of, including the people you see on screen, including you guys, some people behind the scenes. I just wanted to make sure that whatever came back was as close to possible as what we were getting, while also moving forward, right? Moving in a way that benefits everyone involved. And so I do want to shout out one person that probably none of you know. Yoo-Jung Kim is someone who took my feedback to heart when I was at my lowest and really ensured that what we were going to do next fit my vision, not to a T, but pretty darn close to it. And I'm very proud of the progress that we made for 3 months. I'm really proud of the product that we're going to be putting out in 2024. And I honestly think most of you aren't gonna notice that big of a difference. I think you're going to be really happy with everything that's ahead, including, like, technically we are going to be doing more podcasts than we were doing before. So there's that in it for you guys. So with that being said, I'm willing to just kind of jump into what you guys can expect this year if we want to go over that.
Sure, and let's go over it. Oh, yeah.
Let me start with just training camp, because it's going to be a little different in training camp than versus what we're going to do in the regular season. We heard all the feedback during OTAs and minicamp and how much you guys missed the daily podcast with me and Eric. Those are coming back for training camp. That is a Pride of Detroit Direct exclusive, though. But you are going to be getting daily emails from us if you're part of our Pride of Detroit Direct newsletter with me and Eric at training camp, recapping 20, 30, 40 minutes, however long we end up going. I want to say 20 or 30 minutes, but you know me and Eric. We like to talk a lot. So that's coming back. We're also doing a midweek mailbag on Monday, this Monday, right before training camp, to kind of prime all the questions you guys might have about training camp. Me and Eric, that'll be recorded Monday night, up on the podcast feed Tuesday. And then for the rest of the preseason and training camp, it's just going to be our weekly shows. Ideally Sunday nights. It might change a little bit depending on preseason games and things are there, but we're going to put on hold everything else until we're into the regular season. Now, once we get to the regular season, that's when things kind of move into a more familiar place. Do you want me to keep explaining? I can just keep going.
No, I mean, listen, we've got plenty to do. I can explain some of it, but I know you all have a lot of questions. The good news is, so do I. Good news is we have plenty of answers. Will we be doing preview shows? Yes. We've got First Bite will actually be part of Pride of Direct. Unannounced other preview show to come. I'm actually still putting together a crack squad of assassins for that one.
Yeah. And to explain the process behind that too is, like, First Bite felt like the most natural shift over to Pride of Detroit Direct, our premium newsletter, because it's a preview product and we have a preview newsletter. So we just kind of incorporate those two together. It's a good fit. But again, it was really important for me, those that might not be able to subscribe to the newsletter, you guys don't get left out in preview content. Like, you guys are still getting a full, post-game PODcast like normal. You're getting our midweek mailbag like normal, and you're getting a preview podcast like normal.
And sometimes I will show up and sometimes I'll show up for a post-game stream. There might not be a podcast around it, but sometimes the luchador will show up. But really, I have plenty of questions. So did Jeremy already interrupt me on there? Yes, that was one question. Jeremy and I already have a fight on how to structure the show and what I'm allowed to and cannot say. Yes. Will we be answering all of your Lions questions? Probably. I don't know what you're going to ask. Will we be giving you the best damn Lions podcast out there on the planet? Absolutely 100 effing lootly. Are we going to do the Righteous Felon read? I think so. Have we watched Receiver? You bet. Will Jeremy do something horrible to his body come November? Do I even need to ask that question? Will Rock God respond to me by saying something low and snarky as he always does? We turned it over to Ryan for that one.
Unreal.
Okay. That's all I've got. Let's get on to we've got so much to do.
I know. Let me.
I feel like we've lost such an important part of our season with the draft, with all of our segments talking about the new guys. I want to talk at some point how excited I am for Terry and Arnold, because, like, it is a fantastic culture fit at this point.
Yeah.
Can't be as excited as I have been for anyone since Amon-Ra St. Brown. Man, I'm running out of steam a little bit here in this mask is a little stuffy because it's 100 degrees where I am living right now.
Well, before we move on, we start talking Lions football, just the last thing I want to talk about is Pride of Detroit Direct. If you don't know what that is, it's a premium newsletter that we launched last year. We've got guest writers on it. We've got me writing kind of more personal angle than what I'm typically doing. Eric and I do post-game videos from Ford Field. We have a new guest writer this year that we haven't unveiled yet, but I know some of you are going to be very, very excited about him. And because we're launching, because you podcast listeners can't get enough, we're offering a current discount. It's normally $50 a year, but if you use the code right now available, PODcast25, or just podcast, it doesn't have to be PODcast, podcast25, you get 25% off, which makes it
PODcast,
which makes it $37.50 a year, or just over $3 a month. It's a way to support our team. It's a way to tell SB Nation that you're excited that this project is back and you want it to stay back and all that sort of stuff. It's a way to show your support for us in ways that, just the, page views and things like that don't necessarily do. So that's my last pitch. If you want all of the podcast offerings, and just so you're aware, if you aren't a Pride of Detroit Direct subscriber, these podcasts, First Bite, the daily training camp updates, those are delivered in a video form. It's not a separate podcast feed that you have to subscribe to. It's a video that essentially gets emailed to you every week or every day, depending on what the edition is. So that's what it is. If you do have more questions about it, feel free to jump over on the website. There's a post about this on the front page. You can slide my DMs. You can email me. I'm willing to answer as many questions as you have, because I know it's a little bit different. But like I said, there is. If you subscribe to the newsletter, you're actually getting more podcast content than you were last year with the addition of the new preview podcast, to be determined.
I feel like we need to thank everyone who's been supporting us, but I think I should turn it over to Ryan for that, or whatever else Ryan has to say.
Yeah, I mean, these were probably some of the longest month. I mean, consider the NFL offseason entering the doldrums that it did right when the lights kind of got shut off here. Jeremy and I yesterday at Eric's house for the little POD summer party that we do. I don't know. It kind of felt like Christmas Eve last night. Like Jeremy left. I texted him to make sure he got home safe and stuff. But it was like, man, I don't know if I can go to sleep. I'm just so excited to get back on stream. And it was like talking Lions football, but it was mostly like getting a chance to come back. And I mean, Twitch chat is already awesome. And it's like they didn't even skip a beat. And you guys are in there and talking about how, you didn't unsubscribe on Twitch, and, you couldn't have been more excited to see the alert that we were back on and we were live and everything. And I think the most frustrating part of all of this was waiting to tease when the podcast was coming back. So I think I can offer an apology on my behalf and on Chris's behalf to Jeremy, because I think I couldn't go 48 hours without making some kind of snarky comment like, are we even going to be able to tease this thing? It's like Sunday. Sunday's coming soon. But I mean, I don't know. Just so excited to be back.
You have nothing to apologize for, because you were the only one on standby when we were like, we're going to drop our tease images and videos. You were the only one who was actually there. Jeremy's like, I'm on a boat and I was in the middle of Costco.
And I still don't understand why you shop at Costco.
Because I have a membership and it's awesome. What is this hatred to Costco?
It feels wasteful.
It is not wasteful. I'm using all of the bow I bought.
Okay. All right.
I only go there for select things. Why are we interrogating me already?
But can I before we move on really quick? I just realized I didn't tell people how to subscribe to Pride of Detroit Direct, which seems like an important thing to say.
Okay, fine. Keep shilling. Go.
Just prideofdetroit.com/subscribe. That's it. Go there. Coupon code, cool. All that stuff. Sorry. Cool. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot.
I want to thank everyone, and now I'm going to shill for subscribing to twitch.tv/NoDecaf. And yes, those what used to be pregame show streams are now going to be Monday hangouts on the personal stream if you keep asking me anything. Those of you who have been supporting me, and Ryan for that matter. I know that everyone's been very good at supporting everyone here through all of this. Ryan, as you know, you were the one who helped me start this thing 9 years ago, and it is 9 years now, in about a month.
Time flies.
It is. And it has always been a community, and it's always been a group effort. And I like to say that I pride myself in that this is kind of our calling card. This is how we are successful. We build a community. People want to hear from us, but they're also part of this. They're also part of this. They're part of this collective. They're part of this experience. And that really, I think, sets us apart. In an age where everyone else just wants to like advance their own career or asks for a hot take or anything like that, that we're here because we care about you. We're part of this. We got crestfallen when this got taken away because we were thinking about you guys as much as we were thinking about our own show. That this is all back together. And like, I love Ryan. I love Jeremy. I might be distant from everyone here, out on my own little island, but like, damn, we got it back. It's time to talk Lions football.
But before we do that,
oh God, I don't even have it ready.
Oh, come on!
I do have it ready. I do. Okay, I found it. I thought you were going to shill the Pride of Detroit Direct again. I was looking at your rundown.
Nope.
So besides the Pride of Detroit Direct, the Pride of Detroit POD cast, and honestly, I just got told by Jeremy he hasn't even communicated with these guys, so this read might be for nothing, is brought to you by Righteous Felon Craft Jerky. It's the jerky that fuels your Detroit Lions. And a return to the POD cast. Where did I put it? Oh no, I had the prop ready. And I completely forgot about it. Oh no, I saved it. I saved this bag of Soul Survivor, the Korean barbecue flavor of Righteous Felon Craft Jerky. I saved it. I saved it for this moment. I saved it. No. I'm tearing into it right now. It's delicious. It's spicy. It's so good. It's so tender. It's the Righteous Felon Craft Jerky that fuels your Detroit Lions. It's available to them at Allen Park. The jerky and meat sticks are there at Allen Park. They're eating them right now, getting ready for the season, for training camp. Each 2-ounce bag of jerky has 16 to 20 grams of protein. I'm chewing on this. This is terrible. Each stick, 8 grams of protein. If it's good enough for the Lions, it's good enough for you too. Righteous Felon, they're based in Westchester, Pennsylvania. They use locally sourced, all-natural Black Angus beef, and they pride themselves on revolutionary branding, superior quality, unique flavors, like Soul Survivor, that go beyond the stereotypical jerky offering. If you go to righteousfelon.com right now, I think you can still use the promo code POD15 at checkout to get 15% off your order. That's promo code POD15 at righteousfelon.com. When we come back on the Pride of Detroit PODcast, training camp preview. Comprehensive and fully tactical espionage action training camp preview. PODcast. Oh my God. We're back, baby.
We did it. Oh my God. I apologize to people that are watching this replay on YouTube and Twitch. The alerts
Should I go pour another
stopped.
drink? Should I just go pour another drink?
Yes.
Like it's going to take you an hour.
I'm definitely going to read all the subs here. I'm going to try to go as fast as possible. I imagine, like, I don't think it's caught up yet, so they're still going to be going off for a while here. There's also some plenty of channel point redemptions we'll have to address as well. And then, yes, we'll try to answer any of your questions. Just say hi to you guys because it's been so long. And
oh, my God.
And whatever.
I don't even know where the Olive Garden shirt is.
All right.
I don't know where it is.
Scroll. Yesterday. Okay, I'm caught up in my scrolling wheel. All right, here we go. Let's start with...
You're going to have to go brisk on this.
Laser Mouse, thank you for the 12-month subscribe to the channel. No Decaf, 41 months says no. Okay. Lefty Detroit, thank you for the 49 months says welcome back. Welcome back. J-Dubs, 41 months says we are so back. I missed you, A. Missed you, A what? J-Dubs? You didn't finish that. G-Money, thank you for the 16 months. Oh, we're so back. We are indeed. DJ Juan, thank you for the 8 months. Dreskel, 23 months. Yevitz, 35 months. Katie from Michigan, 43 months, says so excited. If you can't tell, we are pretty excited too. Dylan Huber, 29 months, says let's fucking go. Sweaty Doofus, 22 months, says podcast will never die. Lions 1910, 45 months, says glad to have you guys back. Ice Cecil, 35 months, says it's back. It's really back. It wasn't just a fever dream. My life has meaning again. Dramatic, but we appreciate it. JC, thank you for the 10 months. Says, shouldn't have wasted all my channel points. I refunded all of the ones that you guys redeemed in our last stream, so you should have your channel points back.
Oh, wow.
John Johnson, 9 months. Subscribe to the channel. Thank you so much. It's Twitch Baby, by the way. First time I got to say that again. Schmeven, thank you for the 14 months. Says, welcome back, gents. Welcome back to watching us. H-Arm, 39 months. Says, good to see you. Good to see you, too. Mgo Korg, 39 months. Says, they're back. BJ Reith, 6 months. Says, let's go. Steel Lion, 18 months. Says, welcome back, guys. Ready for a Super Bowl run? Let's go. Like, we can say that and not be ironic. It's crazy. Mr. Broker, 5 gifted subs to the community. Austin Mammoth, 22 months subscribed to the channel. Says, my fiance said you're throwing up tonight, Jeremy. We didn't. Okay. Really quickly, in case you don't know, I am finally cashing in a Movember reward. You guys raised over $40,000 for charity last November, and the goal that we hit for that is to drink a liver and onions smoothie, which I've prepared the liver, I've prepared the onions. We will blend it up and drink/eat it tonight after we're done.
God.
So,
Oh, God.
if you want to see that, I'm not sure why you would. You're gonna have to hang around a little bit, but it'll happen. I don't know how much of it I'm gonna end up drinking though, if I'm being completely honest. MNUFC, 39 months. Says, let's go, boys. Kronar, first time subscriber. Thank you for the tier 1. Sports Turf Pro, 15 months. Has been waiting a long time for right now. Well, you made it. We all made it. Arnick, 40 months. Says, let's go. We back, baby. Go Loins. Can I get a go Loins out of you, Chris?
Go Loins.
Thank you.
Sorry. I'm checking in on YouTube as well. So
Good.
I got a couple things from YouTube whenever you want me to throw those in.
Yeah. We'll just throw them all at the end. Not that you guys are
Okay.
like afterthoughts YouTube. Let's just be clear. Roar the Lines UK.
They came in pretty recently too, so yeah.
Okay, cool. Roar the Lines, 22 months. Says, let's bloody go. Congrats, guys. Love you. Welcome back. Appreciate it. And thanks for keeping the fort down while we were gone. David Reinford, thank you for the 34 months. I see you've changed your name. Another DJ Reader Certified Club banger. Lost Oceans, 40 months. Says, love you guys. Love you too, buddy. McVeigh Rob, 20 months. Says, let's go. Karen, 23 months. Says, hell yeah, baby. Elkins, subscribing with their Twitch Prime. First timer, welcome to the club. Enjoy the new emotes and your ad-free experience. Jason F., 16 months subscribed to the channel. Says, we're so back. Nap Dance Queen,
We're
19
Barack.
months. Says, we're so back. Alien Vivitor, 40 months. Says, welcome back. Big Daddy, 27 months. Says, football is almost back. It really is right around the corner, too, which is awesome.
So tired of hearing about that. I don't know how tired Ryan is, of Bronny James and Caitlin Clark, but I'm ready for the superior sport to be back.
All right.
No? Okay. Sorry.
No, I was expecting maybe Ryan to pitch in there, but he's staying away. I like it. MCDC Forever, 14 months. Says, let's go. Das Gibb, 33 months. Silver Rush, 15 months. Says, glad you're back. Let's prove those national doubters wrong. JP is me, 22 months. Says, we've never been more back. K Fletch, 10 months. Says, it's a good thing Mount Twitch baby didn't want to come out. 10 months in the belly is a long-ass time. You're not wrong. Duckline, 19 months. Says, what did you guys do on your summer break? Would you sign my yearbook? Aren't you supposed to do that before summer break? All right, Hags in it, because I can't think of anything clever.
Kids have Snapchat now.
Do they not use yearbooks?
They do.
You were the president, not president, the teacher? Organizer?
Like past tense verb or current tense?
I don't.
Is it Snapchat? It's not Instagram, it's Snapchat?
Oh yeah, kids love Snapchat. They live on Snapchat.
Really? Snapchat. I did not think Snapchat survived. Okay.
Wait, where was I? I've lost my place. Oh God.
Oh,
there we go.
See, this is why I shouldn't talk.
Nauticon, thank you for the Twitch Prime, first time subscriber as well. Simmons, 6 months, says 6 months equals great baby reference. Great baby reference? It's not enough. Roar Lines UK gifting out 5 subs as well. Moose Rob subscribing for the first time using their Twitch Prime. Batman the Hulk, 44 months, says, guys, I'm so fucking happy you're back. I've had like 0 Lions content since April, and I was bored out of my mind. I wish I could stay for the stream, but I'm also streaming tonight. But I'm sure I'll make one of the next ones. Hey, appreciate you,
Hell yeah.
Troy. Thanks for stopping by and supporting the team here. Scotch Votery, 12 months, a full year subscribed, says, so excited to have y'all back in my weekly playlist. Go Lions.
The Lions.
Chrissy, 41 years, UK Lions fan. 32 months, I'm sorry. Subscribe to the channel, says, my world is normal again. I'm sorry. They resubscribed for 12 months, to be clear. So that was a full year addition of the subscription. That's why I said 12 months at first. They subscribed for 12 months into the future, which is incredible. Thank you for doing that. MCDC Forever, 5 gifted subs. Lenoble, 16 months, says, love the memes on Twitter. So glad y'all are back. Missed this. We had plenty of time to think of the memes. Archer, 18 months, says, we are so back, baby. Let's fucking go. Jared Goff. I'm sorry. Jared Goff. Jared. Okay, there we go. Lion in London, 46 months, says, you guys. It's actually emotional, to be honest. So glad to see you back. Very emotional for us as well. An anonymous gifter sending out a gifted sub as well. Charizard, 13 owner. A.k.a. Charizard Boner. Thank you for the 21 months subscribed. Erwin, thank you for the 35 months, says, hello, guys. Lion in London, 10 gifted subs, and I believe he's got a whole bunch more coming. Crimson King, 5 gifted subs. Crimson King, 13 months subscribed on their own. It says, we've never been so back. Derek Boberic, 34 months, says, welcome back. Dr. Detroit, 18 months, says, saw the Twitch alert and thought I was hallucinating. You are not. Mr. Pool, 11 months, says, we're so back, and throw some Cabindas. Oh, we have a lot of, like, emotes that we need to retire due to them not being here anymore.
Yeah. Yes, we do.
Maybe that's something we should have worked on in the 3.5 months.
we didn't think we'd have to. So that's kind of the thing.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, I was going to say too, by the way, I don't know if !Discord, it does still work. It is now the Lions Tiki Bar. It will remain the Lions Tiki Bar, but we still post Pride of Detroit articles there. You get alerts for when Pride of Detroit goes live on Twitch, and you can talk with other Detroit Lions fans there as well. I'm usually the one who's fairly active on there. So join the Discord. It's going to ramp up pretty quickly as far as the sports calendar gets closer to football.
And I mean, if there are things that happen in the podcast that you want to discuss, there's a whole podcast section over there too. So, I don't have YouTube chat open, so
yes, there is. So Rick Rosinski became a Pride members, subscribed on YouTube. Jeremy seems confused on what
I was asking
entails.
you if there was a link to the Discord on the YouTube chat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay.
No, there is not. I will post one over there. Actually, that is a good point. Thank you very much. Copy link address. Put it up here. Oh. Okay, cool. Continue.
Okay. Line in London, another 10 gifted subs. Simmons gifting out a sub as well. Line in London, another 10 gifted subs after that. We hit Hype Train 11. Kevin James Kirk, 25-bit, says this is the greatest. Wyval, a.k.a. John Whitaker, 31 months subscribed to the channel. Thank you, buddy. Kula.
Sorry, John. I told John I would have French fries and Nutella for this one, but I forgot about it.
Is that just some sort of horrific Americanized poutine?
It was a footy scran thing. Some 8th tier German club had chips and Nutella. And I said that everyone freaking out about it is wrong because that's just like dipping fries in a Frosty, and John challenged me to eat it on stream. We'll do it for the next one.
Yeah. Technically, yes, you are still able to buy stickers. I do have some left. I will say that when I run out of this current amount that I have, I need to find a new source to get stickers. And if you've been paying attention to local news, you know why. Where was I? Kula, thank you for the 20 months. Says I stayed subscribed because I hoped you would come back on. Kula, that's amazing. You certainly didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it. Bryce Olson, 25 months, says let's go. Nick the Greek, 100 bits. Been waiting for this one, haven't you, Nick? Matt Patricia's coconut pile pilled? Ample
coconut pilled.
Coconut pilled. There you go. Ample.
I know what he's doing there. It's a political thing.
I thought so. Line in London, another 10 gifted subs. Charizard, 20 gifted subs. I missed that when it happened. Appreciate you, buddy. JT Sam, 24-month subscribe to the channel, says 2 years. Love you guys. Appreciate you. Nick the Greek, 44-month subscribe, says the most soy/K-Hive Lions podcast is back. No comment. Dr. Detroit, 10 gifted subs. Yeah, Detroit, 59-month subscribe to the channel. Infrangible, 15 months, says so glad you're back. So glad you're here with us to celebrate. Kyle Sleeps, 31 months, says finally back. McSpearmint, 5 gifted subs. Kula, 5 gifted subs. David Lunch, 5 gifted subs. MCDC Forever, 5 gifted subs. Lion in London, 10 gifted subs. Sitherly, 12-month subscribe to the channel. Nick the Greek, 100 bits, says Bovada King 69 is the real-life protagonist from Dangerous Minds. Sure. Not that obvious. 13-month subscribe to the channel. Knuckles, gifting out a sub. Flair, 43 months, tier 2 subscription, says we are home. Dr. Dunlop, 5 gifted subs. Captain James Kirk, another 100 bits, says that's Leslie Nielsen said. Oh, Lord, I'm about to bust. Don't know why I said that one out loud. Nick the Greek, 100 bits, says, tell me why are
Ain't
we
nothing but a... Oh, sorry.
not that. Tell me why. Tell me why.
Ain't nothing but a heartache.
Tell me why we are too blind to see that you're making bets on women's ice hockey. No comment. R2D2 Lions, 6-month subscribe to the channel. Mike Lang, 9-month subscribe to the channel. Ben Freddy, 5-month subscribe to the channel, says thank God, let's go. J Pook, 24-month subscribe to the channel. Nick the Greek, another 100 bits, says, as I've been divining for years, Jeremy is a diehard K-Hive. He thinks Kamala is more inspiring a leader than Dan Campbell. I have zero opinions on her, to be completely honest. But sure. JC Paxton, 25-month subscribe to the channel. Just Insane, 29 months, says POD is back. Let's fucking go. So happy. And actually looking forward to the season now. Oh, come on. You were looking forward to it either way. Let's be honest. Gamera, my weight is low. Whatever.
313.
My mic is low. Okay. Gamera, thank you for the first-time subscription. Use your Twitch Prime. Captain James Kirk, 50 bits, says, quick reminder about the Discord. Jeremy loves being alerted when you tag him in the fantasy football channel. How dare you?
So there might be a fantasy football league this year. I need to figure that out.
Okay.
I should probably figure that out. If I do one, I will also do a second one called Oops All Superflex. And that's exactly what it sounds like.
Gross. Dustin Whitehead, subscribe for 3 more months. Currently at a 6-month subscription. Says feel like football season is finally around the corner. Dang right.
Yep.
JT Sam cheered 100 bits and threw a link, which I will copy and open in a second. The Fat Man Ranger, 6 months. I'm sorry, subscribed for 6 months. A first-time subscriber, now subscribed for the next 6 months. Thank you. Appreciate that. LJ using their Prime for 51 months. And Le Mans Builder, 18 months, says, my boys are back.
And from YouTube, Rick Krasinski, as I said, subscribed with Pride members. So it means he subscribed over there. Says, so glad you guys are back. I definitely missed the podcast the last couple of months. I'm a much better informed fan for listening to you. You're the best. And Eric Michael dropping us $20 in Super Chat saying, my gym routine paused with the POD cast. I can be healthy again.
Hey.
I have come to be aware of how much we are the soundtrack for a lot of people working out.
I do that too with a lot of things. Like it's a little treat. Like if I work out, you can listen to the podcast. You're just telling yourself that.
That's all get used up in my drives, but yes.
JT Sam tipped with a clip that I don't even recall what it is, but we're going to watch it together. And you guys aren't, because I'm not going to share the screen because that's too complicated right now. All right. Oh, it's already playing. Sound.
Oh, it's not a little bit in my pants. It's a lot in my pants.
There you go. I don't even remember that. I know the context to it, but good pull. Good pull. All right. I'm working on the stair stepper right now at the gym. There you go. Ben Freddy's already doing it.
Hell yeah.
Is my mic too loud now? I'll drop it a little bit. But
someone asked me where the Olive Garden shirt is. I genuinely do not know right now.
All right.
We'll keep a running tally, and I'll wear it another day.
I'll just refund them. all the
Yeah,
Olive
I'm
Garden
sorry.
ones.
I was not ready for that.
We got a Ruby cameo request. We got 2
We'll get
Ruby
him near the
cameos
end of the show. Yep.
Zazu requests. Olive Garden. All right, I will wear the mozzarella sticks t-shirt. Who's the first one to request that? Simmons. So I'm going to mark yours as complete, and then I'm going to refund everybody else that requested that. And then we're due two Ruby cameos, 1, 2, 3 Zazu cameos.
Oh my God.
A cowboy hat, which I'll do as well. All right. Now you guys talk with chat while I go put my costume on, I guess.
What filled the void for you while we were gone, Ryan?
What void is that?
Talking to obviously me or whatever. I don't know. That
Oh.
didn't come out the way I wanted.
Well, so there were people that think that I'm anti-Costco. Let me say something real quick.
I know you
anti-Costco.
really hit a hockey nerve here.
Yeah. No, I am not anti-Costco. I am anti-wasting, and I just find it curious that a guy who lives on his own shops at Costco.
I was there to buy a blender.
You get a sweet deal in it or what?
Yes, I did. Nice. So the reason I went there is because Prime Day happened and I screwed up really badly. For whatever reason, I thought Prime Day was going between the 16th and the 18th. 1 o'clock on the 18th rolls around. I check my cart. Everything went back up to full price. So I screwed up. So I'm like, you know what? Costco probably has the same blender on sale. Let me go there. And sure enough, they had it at the prime price. While I was there, I also filled up my gas for cheap because that's why I got Costco in the first place, along with buying other electronics. I also got a chicken bake there while I was having some good stuff. And I do buy bulk for certain things like smoothie packs. My carts are not usually as full as other people, but for stuff like soda, for smoothie pack stuff, for stuff that's not going to be perishable that I can put in my freezer or like dry snacks, I do go there. I have a handle of Tito's from there.
How much does it cost to have a Costco membership?
$60 a year.
Oh, wow. It's like just a little bit more expensive than Pride of Detroit Direct. I'm just wondering how many times we can plug it. So.
Are we going to give out $1.50 hot dogs and soda for Pride of Detroit Direct? We should.
You got to ask John Ness about that. He might have the answer.
Interesting. Yeah. So I unfortunately didn't get to do the podcast I really wanted to do, which is talking about Receiver. Whereas my mom texted me and she said, I just watched the first episode of Great Expectations. And I didn't respond to that because I wasn't sure what that meant. And then I talked with my mom, and then my mom calls me the next day while I'm on my way home back from work. And she's like, so I just watched the first episode of Great Expectations. And I said to Mom, did you mean to send that to my sister, to one of my sisters? Did you like Great Expectations? I don't know why I'd be into that. It's like, no, the show with the and then it finally comes out she's talking about Receiver. I'm like, oh, I thought you were talking about like a Jane Austen novel. And I guess I did not. This is how I learned.
Why was she calling it Great Expectations?
I think that is the subtitle to Receiver, that it is Receiver Great Expectations.
I've never heard that. That might be a thing, but I've never heard that.
Was it the title of the first episode?
It's the title of the first episode, yes.
That makes sense. Yeah.
So she said she just watched the first part of Great Expectations. And I did not realize she was talking about Receiver.
I have watched precisely that much Receiver. Yeah.
You're boycotting the fact that they dropped them all at the same time, essentially.
It's like 60% that, yeah.
That is a dumb idea of Netflix. It's very bad.
I mean, like, it's also totally killed the conversation about it. Like, the conversation lasted for 48 hours and then it was done.
Yeah.
I know enough that George Kittle is exactly as I thought he would be as a puppy dog. And I am genuinely curious if we get a chance to talk to Amon-Ra St. Brown again this year, if I will learn if he followed his father, John Brown's advice for halftime. to drink
Coca-Cola?
Coca-Cola. Yeah.
Just it'll give you this burst of energy. Whoa.
I feel like I could blow John. I feel like I could blow John Brown's mind by showing him the liquid IV packs I have with 100 milligrams caffeine in them.
It's just very, very funny to me that he's acting like caffeine is a revelation.
Listen, man. Were you a 2-time Mr. Universe?
He would 100% poo-poo on your liquid IV too.
He would absolutely. Like, this is a guy who in Hard Knocks was like, water, you got sweat. And then he took a shot at Kevin Durant.
Sweaty Doofus apparently was a 3-time Mr. Universe. So.
Oh,
really?
I don't. Chet has never lied, so we have to take him at his word.
It's true. Never lied.
Yeah, Detroit has a really good suggestion. Can we get Ben Johnson to drink Coca-Cola and get rid of the turd quarters? I think that Ben Johnson should have a Coke at halftime.
Crank him on a monster.
Let's get John Brown and Ben Johnson in a room for 10 minutes.
I would watch that buddy cop drama.
Ben John Brownson?
No, don't do that. I'm good. That was horrible. It really does feel like we're back now.
Yeah. Listen, this is what I'm here for. People think I'm here for the Lions analysis. No, it's annoyingly bad jokes.
And your green screen bleeding through about half your hand right now, apparently.
Yeah, I don't... with the new broadcasting, the green screen's going to be a little bit off, so... Oh, now it's fixed. Magic.
Anyway.
Do we have anything else to talk? I mean... I'm cool with like jumping right into Lions talk if you guys want to get right into it. I mean,
I'm trying to let some alcohol process through me, but yeah.
We're 44 minutes into the stream without an ounce of Lions talk, so.
I know. It feels...
It,
so I was unclear on this. You want to take a second break here, Jeremy, or are we just going to do one big giant?
No, we'll take a second break.
Okay, so this is going to be a mega-sized one. Okay.
Yeah.
For the future, one thing we did not mention on the PODcast is that PODcast, we are going to stick to a 2-segment format from here on out.
True. Except for big episodes like this.
For really big episodes, but yeah, that's probably going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen with any emergency podcasts, if those are going to continue or not. It's not something I've really talked with Jeremy.
Yeah, there are a couple things still to hammer out. That's one of them. I heard someone ask whether we'll be live streaming things like First Bite for the newsletter. That is something that we're still discussing. If theoretically we live stream that one, it would probably only be available live. Like live on YouTube, live on Twitch, and then it would go... you wouldn't be able to watch a replay of it unless you were subscribed to the newsletter. So still hammering out those details. But since First Bite isn't going to be a thing until the regular season, we still have a month to kind of figure that one out.
Okay. Do you mind if I jigger around the order a little bit? Do we start with wide receivers?
If you want to.
Yeah.
You'd probably start with the injury news though, right?
Yeah.
Yes, we should. Yes, that's a good point. So we start with the pup list. Let me get up the full list of names again, because my brain's kind of junk. I know.
Okay.
In the what?
In the rundown.
Oh, okay. You just put it at the top. I see it there. Okay.
Did you go through the other alerts? Nick the Greek going on a bit crazy thingy?
No, but I can if you so wish. Oh God. Okay.
Also, shout out Nick the Greek for this.
True. I was also wearing his jersey that he sent me, which I didn't even get to show had a wet blanket on the back.
I'm going to need a black jersey with adequate on it at some point. Or I may have missed a super chat on YouTube. I think there might have been. No, I got the one that was like 20. Oh, I see. There was one I missed. I'm sorry. I missed it because it was off here. I apologize to Damian Smith, who gave us 5 UK pounds.
Nice.
Great, which I don't know what that is in US. I think it's around like $7 or so. Great to have you back. One quick question. Will POD acknowledge/respond to Arif Hassan's Jared Goff piece?
I still haven't read it. It's been up in the tab for a while.
It's been.
I imagine it's great. Like, I trust Arif so much, I'm almost like blindly going to agree with whatever he concluded, but I don't know. I don't even know what he concluded.
I think the subject line in my email when I opened it, like, and it was something I woke up to when I checked my email, and it just said, Arif Hassan, is Jared Goff good? Question mark. And I was like, I don't know if I even want to read that. Delete.
Fair.
It is the eternal question, and I don't even know if he has an answer at the end of his article. He probably shouldn't have an answer.
I'm poor, so I haven't exactly checked it out yet. But I will get around to that. As long as it's not the annoying thing I've been hearing from my own various corners of Stafford versus Jared Goff, I'm fine. I guess like there's been some argument with that because again, we're getting the previews up and there's arguments about Stafford on being the best quarterback in the NFC, which is fine. But then it turns into about questions about what he could do with this Lions roster, this, that, and the other thing. And I'm just not interested in that kind of sports talk. That is July sports talk.
I did throw a Molotov cocktail into Lions Twitter like 4 days ago when I was like, if you had to make the decision right now, who would you put in the Lions Ring of Honor? And it had to be one or the other. Matthew Stafford or Jared Goff.
And I'm guessing that Jared Goff won.
He did win. I think it was like 60-40-ish.
Well, as I would like to invoke the words of an unspoken, unmentionable mentor, sports have a short menu. Wins and losses. Scoreboard.
You are invoking QB wins.
I know. Kind of. I think in the case of a franchise that hasn't had a QB playoff win in 30 years, that's warranted though. I will say this: I'm not interested in doing the that Goff is the best fit for. I've heard some people try to swear it by going like Goff is the best fit for the Ben Johnson offense, which is true, but I also feel is also a disservice to Jared Goff. Yep. Growth, and I feel like this is what we do. Like people have been crapping on Josh Allen this offseason in certain areas of sports talk I listen to. It feels like if you are ever bad as a quarterback, people won't let that go. Right. And they think at some point midnight's going to hit and you're going to turn back into a pumpkin. And I think that's happening with Jared Goff sometimes.
I mean, it's happening with a lot of quarterbacks now. Like,
and I know Arif's first piece at the top of it is talking about there's still people thinking that like Jared Goff, this is still an illusion.
Right. But like,
yeah.
I was just going to say like, Trevor Lawrence is getting it now this offseason. And
I don't even think Trevor Lawrence showed his top flight with the Jaguars though.
But but it was like, this guy was a clear top 10 quarterback last year. And now he has one bad season. Now he's off the list completely. And I feel like there are a lot of quarterbacks that fall. Like, I almost feel like Joe Burrow is in danger of falling there, which is insane to me. It's just, we're so reactionary to one season. It's crazy. And granted, like Jared Goff had a couple of bad years, right? Like, there's a little bit more, I don't know, meat on the bone if you're a Goff hater, right?
I feel like in the case of Burrow and Allen, this seems to just be a product of that they're unfortunate to play in an era of a man named Patrick Mahomes.
Sure.
And until one of them beats him, like they're going to be doubted repeatedly.
Yeah.
It must suck, Ryan, to be a quarterback in the AFC going through two very dominant quarterback teams. Just whole years of them.
I don't think I was really old enough to, and I mean, we weren't so inundated with, sports talk radio constantly 24/7 all the time like we are now. But I mean, Josh Allen would probably be what Peyton Manning to Tom Brady back before Peyton Manning finally climbed the mountain.
And there was critique of Peyton Manning in that era too, to be fair.
Yeah, for sure. The Burrow stuff I buy a little bit more just because the injuries are kind of starting to pile up a little bit. And
it turns out that meme about getting a wide receiver versus getting an offensive lineman for the Bengals
turned out to be true. And to be very clear to chat, I'm only specifically talking AFC. I know this doesn't help the Lions here at all. Like I feel like the NFC has been a little more open Ryan. Like, yeah, there was Aaron Rodgers, but it was not like he was eclipsing other quarterbacks in the NFC.
Mm-hmm. Well, the other name that we've all skirted talking about is the one that I think has been talked about maybe the most this offseason is Dak Prescott. Like, I mean, people are all over the place. Clearly, I don't think the Cowboys are going to pay him. They're in a very, very tough spot with CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons.
I was working on a radio show today where someone did utter the word saying, I wish the Cowboys were a little bit more like the Detroit Lions, in the sense that the Lions came out this offseason and immediately paid Penei Sewell and Amon-Ra St. Brown, whereas the Cowboys are still over here counting their savings account, being like, oh, geez, I don't know about CeeDee Lamb. I don't know about Dak Prescott.
It's definitely, I think they'll probably end up paying him, but like perception matters in a way, right? Like they drag this out further than it needed to be dragged out, and people notice that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did you catch a whiff of how like absolutely destroyed Cowboys Twitter was when he wasn't on the ESPN top 10 list and Goff was, or he may have been 10 and Goff was 9?
I don't know. All of the Cowboys fans I know in LA all as a unit hate Dak Prescott.
Is that true? I feel like that can't be true.
I work with about 3 of them, and like they all think the future needs to happen now, that we're all living in the time before what should be, what could be, and when. I'm sorry, I'm trying to play the Nick DeGreek a little bit.
Just send them the clip of Brad Holmes talking about it's much easier to get worse at quarterback than it is to get better.
Right.
I mean, be
that
careful what you wish
set
for.
in yet.
Rush.
Tampa Detroit Lion dropped on Super Chat $49.99.
Damn.
Says, welcome back, fellas.
I appreciate it. While we're on the alerts, we've had a bunch more coming in. And then maybe after this, we jump to the actual podcast.
Right back in and let's do some training camp. I'm ready.
Let's do it. 100 bits from Nick the Greek says, Jeremy did not stop streaming. He just started dedicating way more time to his OnlyFans, which is why he looks so polished and fit. Got to give the people what they want. Well, I appreciate you saying I look polished and fit, which, I mean, I lost like 10 pounds, but I recently gained like 3 of them back. But I appreciate it. David Reinford, 1 bit. Says mod Nick the Greek, absolutely not. JT Sam with 1 bit says mod Nick the Greek, absolutely not. David, another 1 bit says mod Nick the Greek, absolutely not. Nick the Greek, 1 bit says if modded, I pledge to just kick Kyle Barber every time he shows up in chat and do nothing else.
I endorse Nick the Greek.
No. 100 bits from Nick the Greek says Jeremy uses that cowboy hat on his OnlyFans stream. No. You can see it's got dog hair in it because it's just been sitting in a corner for 3 months.
Yeah, that checks out.
Another bit from Nick. You know what? If you're only giving 1 bit, I'm not going to read your alerts. How about that? You're throwing a penny at me. This is not some bargain bin strip club, all right?
Okay. Oh my God.
Kevin James here, 25 bits. I guess I'll pair it for quarters. If there's one thing I've learned over 39 months of subscribing, it's that you don't watch the breaks for Lions content. Fair. Roman a day, 5 months subscribed to the channel. Appreciate you. Darth Hippo, good friend Tony, 43 months subscribed to the channel. Appreciate you, buddy. Good to see you. Nick the Greek, 100 bits says, I feel bad for yelling at the Stafford children after Kelly disclosed that Matthew may not be their biological father. I don't have anything against the UGA backup quarterback. I'm glad we weren't podcasting when that dumb story hit.
What happened with the UGA?
All right. I'm just going to say it.
Here we are.
Kelly Stafford on her podcast told a story about how she made Matthew Stafford jealous.
Oh, yes, I do. Okay, never mind. I remember this story. Yeah. I thought you were talking about something a lot more about like the actual backup quarterback at UGA right now.
Yeah, no.
Sorry. No, I remember this and this sucks.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Zern, baby, Zern.
Listen. I'm ready for college football season. I'm also on pins and needles because like people will not stop dying. So I'm like, it's been rough out there.
Yeah,
it's been rough out there.
It has.
Anyway, sorry.
Zern, baby, Zern, 38 months says, so glad to have you boys back. The best lines coverage out there, hands down. Appreciate you, Zern. Luxtables, 19 months says, can't wait to see the liver and onion smoothie. Yes, again, that's going to come at the end of segment 3. We're about to enter segment 2. Ben3 Cool also redeemed changing my background. Ben3 Cool, if you're in the chat, tell me what you want, and I will make it my background for segment 3. And if there's a mod in chat, pin that message so that I don't forget it.
Which one again?
We're looking for Ben3 Cool, who redeemed changing my background. A can of Coke. Got it. All right. Remind me, chat, when we're in our next break, and I'll change my background to a can of Coke.
Yeah, I'm trying to pin it right now. You know what? I'll just keep it up on the side here. I can't really find it. Oh, here it is. I've got it pinned.
Perfect.
Okay. Ready to get back into it?
Dan Goriber, thank you for these 47 months. Okay. Now I'm ready.
I love saying this. Pride of Detroit PODcast. I got to say it. I can go home a little happy now. Let's start by our training camp preview because, time flew by pretty quickly. Training camp is happening. Officially the, I think, second Station of the Cross for my Catholic friends out there for the return of football. The next one coming up is going to be the Hall of Fame game, mind you. First off, before we start on that, we do have some quick news, and it does affect what happens with training camp, that the Lions made some quick additions to the PUP list, the physically unable to perform, and the NFI list, adding to PUP DJ Reader, Brian Branch, and Marcus Davenport, and adding to the NFI rookie drafted, was it 4th round, I believe? Jeremy, do I have that right? 4th round. Offensive tackle Giovanni Manu, the very interesting man they took out of the University of British Columbia that had a lot of people. Really, I feel like the conversation from draft season, I missed having the most on a very interesting man. But Jeremy, I know we got some questions this past day, and I want to turn it over to you about whether this was expected from the Detroit Lions, this idea that this might have been a bombshell. Fans kind of were confused about this. So what all went on here?
Yeah, I mean, nothing here is particularly surprising. All those guys, Reader, Branch, and Davenport, essentially missed all of spring practices, all of OTAs, all of minicamp with ailments. And the fact that they're on the PUP list does not mean they're missing all of training camp. It does not mean they're missing the first 4 games of the NFL season. It means they might miss a day, they might miss a week, they might miss 2 weeks, they might miss a month. We don't really know any of those details yet, but if you go by what Dan Campbell said in the spring, he said DJ Reader is the one guy who might actually miss some time, but we expect Branch back to have enough time to ramp up to be ready for the season. We expect everyone else to be back. So Reader is really the one where we're not sure if we're going to see him at all during the preseason process. Branch is a guy who I think you might see miss a week, might miss 2 weeks, but will be ready for the regular season. And then Davenport, he looked like he was getting close in the spring, so I don't expect Davenport to be on there very long. The Giovanni Manu one's a little bit more interesting because we saw him in the spring. He appeared to be fully active and healthy and all of that, and he's going on the non-football injury list, which usually means he did something away from football. And this includes training on his own. That is still considered a non-football injury, even though it's for football. The other possibility is that this is a lingering injury from college that he was maybe participating in a limited manner during the spring and either flared up or whatever. So we'll obviously get some answers this upcoming week when we talk to Dan Campbell. But I think in general, this is mild news at worst. The one thing that I think is also important to point out is that not all the veterans have reported yet, so there's a chance that more names get added. I think a lot of people are patiently waiting to see like Emmanuel Mosley. Is he going to be put on the list. The fact that he's not on this initial list is one big good step, but he's not. There's a chance he's not there yet, so he could be added later. So he's not out of the woods yet, but an early good sign. And overall, I would say no bad news in this bunch so far.
Yep. All right, let's move on, and let's start with we go through this. We try to do every position we can, but I want to talk with a question with Ryan for a second. Because I look around, I was looking at the roster, and I was thinking to myself, what is the position I probably have the most concern about, or what could maybe see like the best risers from someone who's further down on the depth chart right now? And the one I kept coming back to, and the question sticking on my head is, and this is no knock on him whatsoever, but I guess the question I have is, how much are fans confident with Khalif Raymond being in that third wide receiver spot for starting? And it is once again a very wide field of wide receivers, but without Reynolds this year, it has opened up some questions about wide receivers past Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jamison Williams, but we'll talk about Jamison Williams in a second too, because that's got some questions there. But with, again, about by my count, 12 or so receivers to go through on the depth chart, Ryan, is this the position to watch for the Detroit Lions? This is the one where they have the most questions.
I think it's more wide open than people might assume. I find myself staunchly in the Khalif Raymond camp just because, well, really for a few reasons. One, the first reason that sticks out to me, and I think really coincides with everything we hear from this coaching staff, is a guy that they can trust. We've seen enough from Khalif Raymond going all the way back to the first season of this new coaching staff and this regime. Khalif Raymond is a guy that they trust, full stop. I think that he might not necessarily fit the X type of receiver that they might be looking for if we're assuming that maybe, Jamison Williams is going to be more of that Z type receiver. I know that it goes back and forth with me, but I think truly Khalif Raymond to me is the guy that stands out as the leader in the clubhouse, so to speak. But there's plenty of runway and there's plenty of room for a guy like Donovan Peoples-Jones, who arrived halfway through the season last year after the trade deadline. There's plenty of room and runway for a guy like Antoine Green, who I think the Lions really, really do like. And I don't think you would have heard as much about Antoine Green, who was a 7th round pick in a draft class that was absolutely loaded. Going back to last year, he's a guy who, Dan Campbell kind of got on a little bit in training camp last year, talking about, hey, you see some stuff, but then, it's one step forward, 2 steps back with Antoine Green. You see the flash, but then you see him make a mistake, and it's a consistency thing. I think the one thing I wrote a roster preview on Antoine Green, the thing that stood out to me, he got snaps in all of the playoff games, whether or not they were meaningful snaps or critical snaps. He didn't have any targets. We're talking about a guy who had 2 targets in 2023 in total. The most playing time that he had was against the Baltimore Ravens, not to drudge up any old bad memories of last season. But getting a guy on the field for special team snaps, and he was even in there for a handful of offensive snaps, that just goes to show that they view him as a guy that they are investing in. You don't put a guy out on the field in those moments for no reason at all. And I truly think that it just kind of speaks to, though, wide receiver 3 is wide open to me, Jeremy. Yeah. And it's really a job that will truly be won in training camp. And I think that stands out the most as far as the skill positions go.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the few positions, like
meaningful snaps too, right?
Yeah, that are up for grabs. And you bring up a really good point about Antoine Green, and I probably overlooked the fact that he was getting those snaps in playoff games, like really important games, right? You can say whatever about the, maybe it was a first down snap that didn't seem that important, but he's out there in a playoff game. Like there's a level of trust that he's clearly earned. And I've been on the Donovan Peoples-Jones train all off season. I figured, this is a guy who had 800 plus yards in 2022, like not that long ago, with Jacoby Brissett throwing to him for most of the season. Give him time to develop with Jared Goff, and I think he's a perfectly good wide receiver 3. But I think I overlooked that fact because you look at how they treated the guys in the spring, and granted both of them were kind of on and off with injuries. It was mostly Antoine Green getting work with the first team. And I think that's very telling. And Brad Holmes said it in the offseason when someone asked him, like, are you confident in this wide receiver group? You guys didn't add anybody. You didn't fill in the Josh Reynolds role. And one of the first persons he said was like, you guys didn't see him a lot last year, but we saw him behind the scenes. Antoine Green was making a lot of strides. And so I'm kind of with you. I've kind of like flip-flopped my idea where like I was really strong in this is going to be Donovan Peoples-Jones' job. Now I'm starting to think like this is Antoine Green's job to lose. And listen, I'm not trying to take anything away from Khalif Raymond either. Like he's to me, he's a roster lock. Like he might not be wide receiver 3, but he's a roster lock because he's the team's punt returner. Because he's a guy that they trust. He's a guy that's had like 400, 500 yards each of the past 3 seasons with the Lions, despite the fact that he's been buried on the depth chart. So he's earned a spot on this roster. I just don't know if he's great for that wide receiver 3 role.
This could go any which way, but I think, again, the promise on Antoine Green and why I was very high on it when he was a 7th-round pick, too, is like he is that kind of in-between big body, but also has some speed guy that has made him so compelling. And yes, he was a 7th-rounder. The fact that they kept him was fairly surprising at the time, but yeah, like they clearly showed trust in him, and it might just be a matter of bulking up, developing, and doing what needs to be done with a second year of it. But I also feel like, to your point, Jeremy, Donovan Peoples-Jones, second year getting used to Jared Goff could go a really long way here. Could go a really long way. The one that has a lot of question marks besides depth just seems to come back to Jameson Williams. There's been a lot of questions about Jameson Williams. There's a lot of questions about his future with the team. If this is someone that you can really trust to have the big catches, haul-ins, and for where he was drafted and where they intend to use him. So I guess, what do you need to see, Jeremy, out of Jameson Williams in training camp for you to say, I'm comfortable with him? For me, it's just a matter of volume at this point.
Yeah.
It feels like, as much as I know St. Brown can be there on every down, like I want to see just JMO making more sure-handed catches, being worked in, just even if it's shorter stuff or just more involved in a deeper game. But like the lesser amount of targets is something that's going to just remain a sticking point, and not just from a fantasy football perspective too, but in a matter of how much do you trust him? How do you want to use Jameson Williams?
Yeah, he's one of the more fascinating people to watch this training camp. Like we still haven't gotten a full training camp out of Jameson Williams, right? Obviously none in the first year. He gets a lower body injury last year halfway through, so we miss all that. In which we, that was a critical training camp that he lost most of last year. And so I think this is just as critical. Now, we've all seen the progress, right? We saw it at the end of last year. I saw it in the spring. The progress is being made. What do I need to see out of him? This is going to sound like a coach answer, but I need to see consistency, because that's still the missing piece, right? Like you see the flashes, and the flashes are becoming more and more apparent and more obvious, and they're happening more often. But he's got to get rid of like the weird mental stuff in between that happens every now and then, and develop that sort of trust, because everything is so specific and every route needs to be ran very detailed and things like that. And he's getting better at that stuff, and he's understanding how important that is to the process. And once that sort of stuff becomes automatic and catching stuff becomes automatic, like then he doesn't have to think as much and he can just go out there and run. And he's piecing all that together, and I think he's making serious progress. And to me, like, I think the best thing for him is going to be reps in training camp, because we're going to talk about in the next segment, like this secondary is much better and much more physical. And I think if there's a concern about JMO's game outside of the stuff that people repeat all the time, the catching, the drops, the whatever, it's physicalness, right? He's tall, but he's lean. Physical cornerbacks can push him off his routes and disrupt the timing. And so I want to see him grow in that aspect where he's being able to fight his way through press coverage. That's something that wasn't really in his repertoire at Alabama. He's going to need it in the NFL. And so that to me is maybe one of the biggest areas of growth that I'm hoping I see a lot of progress in this summer now.
And not to get too inside baseball, but when we're talking about wide receiver 3, we're talking about not just the third guy in the depth chart. We're talking about positional alignment too, right? And I think that's really important when we're talking about JMO. And I think that's something, Jeremy, you and I talked about a little bit. But if they truly view JMO as being more of a Z than being an X, it's interesting, and it says a lot because your Z receivers are off the line of scrimmage. Those are the guys who you're not really going to have to worry about those guys getting jammed. You can get those guys the ball quicker because they're located closer to the quarterback, oftentimes too, right? So it's an interesting thing to think about when you're thinking about JMO. Like, okay, like, do they trust him? Because the Z receiver too, those guys move a lot in motion as well. That's a lot of mental stuff. That's a lot of time on task if you're talking about, something that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell are always talking about. So there's a lot of room for growth with JMO here in training camp.
Let's move on, and we can do this one quick. Ryan, if the Lions only needed to carry two quarterbacks, do you think Hendon Hooker has improved enough that they would be comfortable with that? Or is it still a situation where, like, and I'm saying this if the idea is to carry, I don't care if like their plan is always to carry three. I'm saying I'm basically using this as a way to frame a conversation about Hendon Hooker's growth into a QB2. Is it enough? Has Hendon Hooker shown enough to be a sole backup, to be a QB2? Or do they need to keep carrying around Nate Sudfeld?
TBD, to be determined. Like this summer really matters a lot. To answer your question, I think point blank, to keep it short and sweet and to the point, there's been a little bit of good with Hendon Hooker. It seems like it's sprinkled with a lot of optimism and a lot of coach speak for, hey, we're really encouraged with some of the steps that he's taking. But I mean, if my Lions beat page on Twitter indicates anything about Hendon Hooker's performance in OTAs and things of that nature, there's a lot to be desired, I think, Jeremy. So I think you can maybe speak to that a little bit more. Would I feel totally comfortable if things go sideways and the Lions need to put Hendon Hooker in the game week 2 of the NFL season? Oh boy, I don't know. Let's see how the summer looks, but it kind of seems like I miss Teddy Bridgewater, period.
Well, that was going to be the case whether Hendon Hooker had made progress or not.
I was going to say this is a little disingenuous.
That's true. Also, I didn't like the stray that Jacoby Brissett caught earlier either. So,
well, yeah, no, okay. I think in an ideal world, listen, the Lions they're not going to have as many roster spots as they want with the talent, and so in an ideal world, it's Jared Goff 1, it's Hendon Hooker 2, and it's probably anyone else, whether it's Sudfeld or maybe even someone they're in the practice squad. Like they definitely only want to use 2 roster spots for them, but Hooker's got to earn it. Hooker, he's going to be on the roster, to be clear, but I think the conversation is whether you carry Sudfeld as that early season insurance because you need a backup. I think the more likely outcome is that Sudfeld does get cut. He comes back on the practice squad, and he's either the emergency quarterback 3 or you give him a game day elevation and make him your quarterback 2 from the practice squad for the first couple weeks while Hendon Hooker gets, acclimated. But Hooker's not ready, or he was not ready in the spring, to be clear. I'm hoping by the time, he's going to get like every preseason snap there is.
Oh yeah.
By the time we get to that last game, I'm hoping that he's turned me into converter because I think the Lions would benefit from that. I think they need the roster spot and they can't afford to carry 3 quarterbacks.
Yeah. Let's move on to running backs. Let's talk the hype around Sione Vaki around the draft was significant. But I think as time has gone on, I'm kind of back in the Craig Reynolds camp a little bit. Not for anything Vaki has or hasn't done. It just feels like he seems to be kind of the RB3 that they trust. But this is, we're talking RB3 job mostly because there's not a lot of drama here, Ryan, to go on to RB1 and RB2. And I guess that's the question is which one of these 2 is RB3? And then are the Lions going to keep a 4th on the roster?
Again, training camp is going to matter a lot, but I think it matters a little bit less in the sense that the Lions, myself, I trust Craig Reynolds a lot more than a guy who had 42 carries in college. On draft day, we were all wondering, is he a defensive back? Is he a running back? What is he going to do? At the end of the day, I think that there's definitely a 4th roster spot that's waiting for Sione Vaki. And if things ever go sideways with either Montgomery or Gibbs, I think Craig Reynolds is going to be the guy he's going to be the name that they call Jeremy.
Yeah. Early in the season, I'm probably with you, but
I mean, look at what they did with Jahmyr Gibbs last year.
Sure.
Like, it was a slow push for a guy they drafted 12th overall, who had hundreds and hundreds of carries, and hundreds of snaps at the running back position.
Yeah, but Vaki also, he's a slot receiver in high school, so like it's not like the idea of offense is this big scary thing he's never done before. But like there are nuances to the game that are going to be really important. Like pass protection, like they're not going to trot Sione Vaki out on third down to be a pass protector until he's absolutely ready, which is probably not going to be until the bye week at least. There's room for both of them on the roster. There is, I think, maybe a debate to be had whether you can fit a fifth running back in there. It's going to be a big topic that we talk about all the time when we're talking about roster construction. But the new kickoff rule is something that is going to probably benefit some running backs if they can show some special teams chops. And we all know Sione Vaki, that's where we're going to see Sione Vaki right away, is a lot of special teams. But is there another guy further down the depth chart that could justify an RB5 spot over maybe a defensive back or a linebacker, a guy who could just balls out completely in special teams? Maybe Jamar Jefferson has improved. I know that was something that he's been working on for years now.
Donovan Knight,
sure. Mm-hmm. He's a very physical guy that it won't be afraid to block or bust up a block guy 5 yards from him. So I think that is probably the bigger question. Like we're all excited about the RB3 role and a chance at Sione Vaki, and it's not a tiny role. Like Reynolds, I think, had 100 and change last year. He played a lot in that Bucs game and did an all right job. But I think for the most part, Reynolds versus Vaki is a battle that won't end in training camp. Like that is going to something that's going to continue as the season goes. Both those guys are going to make the roster, in my opinion, and then we'll see.
I got asked a little bit ago, about another week ago or so, about depth on the O-line, because the O-line's set. We don't need to worry about any of the ones right now, except I think Zeitler is going to be in there day one. There's really no drama. I could see being brought from either someone like Onwuzurike or Sorsdal for his position. He's too veteran to really be discounted in that front. But it does bring up a question as far as, are you comfortable with the depth? This is what I was asked. Are you comfortable with the depth at O-line? And I know it is a axiom of NFL that if you have proven linemen, they're not going to be on your depth chart. They're just really not, unless you really have a situation like Graham Glasgow last year. You'll maybe have one that is proven. And the Lions kind of have that with Dan Skipper, and they trust him enough for the swing tackle when they need to. But I wouldn't like any of them starting, to be certain. Not for a long period of time. I have still yet to be sold on Onwuzurike and his growth in a lot of ways. Giovanni Manu, of course, puts a damper on any kind of interest I would have at that tackle position. Dan Skipper, of course, being proven. So it kind of moves to the internals. I really liked Kingsley Eguakun in the draft process. I think, we didn't get to do our UDFA episode. Not that I like UDFA as much, but he was the one guy who really piqued my interest. I was kind of curious what he had done at Florida, and I would have been comfortable with him. I think I had him in a mock as like in the seventh round. But it's clear that what you've got right now is guys like Sorsdal and Onwuzurike who are projects, Eguakun and some other UDFAs, Duke Clemens, Dan Skipper. You just have to hope, I think, if nothing else, that this is a healthy O-line. But I guess the question I'm trying to ask Jeremy too is, what can they even what can anyone not starting on the O-line in depth show you? And what are you trying to get out of them right now? I just want to at least see that at least two guys are ready, that if injuries happen, they can step in.
Yeah.
Maybe not for a long period of time,
right,
because again, that would be a coup, but backup plans.
Yeah. I think this is like maybe one of the more important people on the practice field this summer is going to be Hank Fraley, because there are so many projects on this offensive line and so much youth that it's hard to feel confident in the depth for all the reasons you just said. Like you have Giovanni Manu, who's going to be a complete redshirt, right? And assuming this injury, this NFI thing that put him on the NFI isn't something that's super long term, you're going to have to carry him on the roster. So that means in order to get to your 8 game day offensive linemen, you're going to need another 8 because Manu's probably going to be inactive on game days. So you're talking about 8 guys total. You got your 5 stars. Who are the other 3 going to be? It's probably going to be Colby Sorsdal, who you're hoping takes another step in year 2, but now it seems like they're moving him back to tackle. So are you comfortable with Colby Sorsdal being that backup tackle, or do you need to carry a Dan Skipper? Because if you carry a Dan Skipper, okay, well now you're already at 7. What about Christian Mahogany? Okay, you probably keep him. He's a rookie. Now you're already at your 8. Are you going to carry another one? Whether it's Coyote Awashika or Natane Muti, like it seems like you're going to need a veteran. And so the question, like Eric and I were going through roster construction today, and it was like, Dan Skipper to me is a guy that they trust a lot, but if they trust, like if Sorsdal makes a big enough step, I think Dan Skipper's spot becomes a little bit more expendable. But it's this really tough pull between young developmental guys like Colby Sorsdal and veteran guys like Dan Skipper that you trust. It's not going to be an easy choice. Maybe you keep 10 offensive linemen, you get a little bit of both worlds, but it's tough. And so I think the eyes really need to be on a guy like Colby Sorsdal to see if he can be that OT3, a guy like Christian Mahogany to make sure he isn't a rare Brad Holmes draft pick that doesn't make it onto the roster, and then those veteran guys, whether it's Awashika or Muti, like if those guys are clearly above the rest, you got to have a veteran guy up there to step in.
I guess it's the problem too, because we're talking about like the exterior, and like my biggest concern is going to be on the health of Frank Ragnow.
Sure.
And like I know Glasgow can kick over to center, but like if he proves himself very good at a guard, like I don't know, maybe there just has to be other options at center, and I just don't like any of them right now. To start Ryan.
They have these UDFA centers, these 3 guys.
Yeah.
And listen, like you're right in that. Keep an eye on Kingsley. Like he got the amount of UDFA guarantees for a reason, but I don't think you can trust a center is a really tough mental position. I don't think you can trust any of those guys to be the backup. I think all those guys are like your long-term projects. We're paying you a lot because when we cut you, we want you to come back to our practice squad.
I'll keep it short. I just think Muti is a guy that you should keep an eye on because he has a lot of NFL experience. He's a guy who I remember back in 2020, he was a favorite coming out of Fresno State as a nasty, mean dude who's a road grader, wants to get out in space and make blocks. And he also ate 65 chicken wings in one sitting, apparently. So that's my kind of guy.
Yeah. I think that's all of our guy, really. Tight ends. We're kind of running low on time. I know we need to get to defense. Anything to say about tight end 3? I guess the question is, will they carry an extra one because there's no fullback finally?
Yeah.
Lions have finally excised themselves the fullback, or like, I mean, because it's Laporta and Wright. And then I guess it's like they've liked and used Mitchell and Zylstra in the past. So where did they go? Like, because Mitchell is one of those, you mentioned before, one of those Brad Holmes draft picks.
Yeah. To me, this is kind of like the running back situation where like we're gonna fight over who technically is tight end 3, but there's probably room for both James Mitchell and Shane Zylstra, and that that competition is going to continue through the season. I'm also not, for the record, counting out Parker Hesse or Sean McKeon, because I think those are guys that have veteran experience. That listen, James Mitchell is kind of on his last leg here. If he doesn't show the growth that is necessary in year 3. I think the team has gotten to a point where they will cut bait on draft picks, even if it's their draft pick, right? We haven't seen it much. We've really only seen one guy go. But like we're getting to a point where this team is good enough that 2021 draft picks that haven't developed yet might be gone. And so Jamar Jefferson is one of those guys at running back. James Mitchell, I know he's 2022, could be another one of those guys if one of the veterans is like a really good blocker or a really good fullback option. So I don't think there's necessarily going to be a lot of drama in there, but like James Mitchell could lose out on a job. I do think that's possible this year. I currently have him in, though.
It was really unfortunate that he got hurt in the Cowboys game last year because the Lions were hard up for tight ends. Yeah. They went out and got Zach Ertz, and he never played. I think that they would have been just fine with rolling out James Mitchell. I think they really trust him. I think he's a guy who I mean, but that was the thing, right? He got injured at Virginia Tech and then coming back from the ACL and then getting hurt in the Cowboys game. He's not ready for the playoff stretch. It's a guy who just needs to be on the field. I think they keep 4, though. And I think this also comes back to the interesting wrinkle with the new kickoff. Do you want guys who are more tight end linebacker body type, or do you really want those corners when they're only separated by 10 yards? It's an interesting thing that I'm really looking forward to getting out of training camp as well.
One thing I'm interested to see out of training camp, and it goes back to our pup news from today, is someone who I really think could be interesting to see how they're going to sink or swim in training camp. And that's on the defense. When we come back on the Pride of Detroit POD cast, we're getting right into the D-line and all sorts of other questions and an excited new look at this brand new Lions secondary, which got massively overhauled with young blood who need to prove a lot, including probably the most interesting draft pick that the Lions made last year. We'll talk about him. That's on the way on the Pride of Detroit POD cast. Okay.
2 down.
2 down.
I'm starting to feel it. I'm starting to feel like we're back in the saddle.
I feel the master.
Using that because I'm wearing a cowboy hat, but like we found our groove that segment. That felt like we were just slipping right back in. Don't
agreed. No, I wasn't. I have the worst acid reflux / heartburn right now.
I used to get
and
that. I was getting a lot.
I need to go get a drink of cold water, and I will be right back.
I have a better suggestion than water.
Tums.
Liver and onions?
No. Coca-Cola. Don't roll your eyes at me,
I feel the
sir.
master. I feel the master. We ready?
Wait.
So I paid off the Ruby cameo. I'll get the Olive Garden shirt another day. Poor Ruby just yowled at me. He hasn't been held in such a long time.
Ruby.
It happens. He doesn't like being held. He's big. He's big, and where is he at now? He's up. There he is. He's upset that I've been feeding him those fresh pet logs, and I cut up one the other morning, and I accidentally left it on the counter, so it's spoiled. So he's been without that his favorite stuff for a little bit of time.
Ooh, I don't know how to change my background anymore. Wait. No, that's not going to do it.
I feel the master. Anyway, yes. So real quick again, Monday streams for No Decaf will continue. I keep saying each year I'm going to play more video games on there. I think I finally have to do that. Can Miko and Eric join in on for the smoothie? Oh, God.
Oh, man. I feel like I have to do something. I'm going to have to refund the background thing because I think what I have to do is something that could end the stream, and I don't want to try.
Yeah, please don't do that. Let's figure that out another day.
I will
College Football
figure that
25.
out
I do not have a PlayStation. It is not on PC. College football NCAA 25 not being on PC is murdering me. Also, Randy Sorensen on YouTube. Welcome to the Pride of Detroit members.
Hey, I love hearing that we're getting members over on YouTube. We don't push that enough. YouTube?
No, we don't.
Appreciate your patronage in general. But those of you that are members, you guys get a special shout out.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate that. I got some alerts here on Twitch as well. I think the brown cow, where was I? Yeah. The brown cow, thank you for the 16 months, says Boozy Voice. I don't know what Boozy sounds like, and you made me do this last time, and I feel like I don't need to say it again. I'm just going to say, put your lips on live, and I'll give you $1,000. How about that? I'm not going to read the whole thing. Dan Pask, thank you for the 37 months. So I didn't subscribe during the break, but I still love you. Go Lions. Sorry, I can't mod from this screen, or can I? Oh, I can. Ban. Great. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate you. Good to see you, buddy. DTerp 32 months says, we're back, baby. What a damn good day. Sure is. Bobbert, 36 months, says, excited to see everyone again. That's 3 years, by the way, Bobbert. Appreciate you. Quirky Zerky, 35 months, says, it's football season again. Bring on the hits and the highlights. Nick the Greek, a bit. Not reading it because it's only one bit. Drew Falcon, thank you for the 18 months, says, I miss your ugly faces, Drew. Appreciate you, buddy. I miss your text. I don't know. I can't see your face. Your username. California Lion, 17 months subscribed to the channel. Michael T. Dunn, 39 months subscribed to the channel, says, let's go. DTerp, 5 gifted subs. Monkey, 81 with 16 months, says, hell yes, pod is back. Our good friend Miko with the 31 months is so happy to see you guys back doing the thing you love.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate you, Miko. And as always, appreciate you holding down the audio video fort while we were gone over on YouTube. And if you guys haven't over on Twitch yet followed us and subscribed to us over on YouTube, you are missing a ton of extra content and quality content, honestly, because Miko and Morgan, smart dudes, was hanging out with them yesterday. And I couldn't be more proud of the work they're doing over there. They're representing Pride of Detroit in the way I want them to. So appreciate you, buddy. Uncle T Rap 50 bits, says Ryan. I'll save that for when Ryan comes back. Four Lions Forest 45 months, says let's effing go. And we're calling. Kyle Sleeps redeemed a listcast during the break. I did not see if you said what it was, Kyle, but if you could say it again.
Now I'm curious. While we're waiting, what has filled the void without football for you?
It's a great question. I have been trying to take care of myself a little more. I was doing a little physical therapy, not for something that was drastic, but my knee and my back have been acting up here and there, so I wanted to try and take care of that. I've been meal prepping a whole bunch, trying to expand my repertoire of cooking, which has been generally low.
I kind of was doing that. So I've always had a good number of recipes, but I never had it organized. When my friends asked me for some of them and I realized I needed to put it together, and I now have a Notion cookbook right now with about 54 recipes in it right now.
Nice.
Haven't gotten to all of them.
Dang.
I'm going to try to knock off a few of them. To be fair, about 8 of those are tiki bar recipes. I got into collecting tiki mugs. I have a Honolulu blue one, actually. I'll have to show that on the next stream. That's going to be my game day chalice. And yeah, a lot of it isn't just Japanese. I've got 15 Japanese things, 3 French, a bunch of home style, about half a dozen New Orleans cooking things, some Chinese, a whole section that just says European with arroz de pato and beef stroganoff on it. Not a lot of Italian, actually.
Whoa.
I know. I end up
trade your own kind.
I just don't make a lot of Italian besides vodka sauce. I don't. I make vodka sauce, I make polenta, and I make mushroom risotto. But it has sent me down a rabbit hole on a bunch of old videos I had, including some of Emeril Lagasse's very early videos from his cooking show when he was like a solo guy and also very thin.
Is this his pre-BAM days?
Yes. This is when he had no studio audience. The first couple of seasons of Essence of Emeril, where it was no studio audience. And he's kind of... So he actually liked the BAM stuff because it was like he could interact with an audience and he found his groove then. So he's a little more awkward, but I kind of like that.
Okay.
He's a little more awkward,
it's
a little more
real.
earnest. But yeah. But I haven't had too much to fill that. Obviously, those who've been following me have been watching a lot of soccer because we've had Copa and Euros, and those have been fun, except for the debacle that was Team USA.
By the way, for the Euro final, I was hanging out with Reno in Boston, and
Bon.
He lived in like this little Colombian, like little Colombia. And so like it was really cool and exciting to be there for the finals. Unfortunately, they they didn't score a goal.
Yeah.
But I was like, I was waiting to like just see the city go nuts and then scoring, and then they have a really good first half, but then they don't score and then get shut out in the second half and lose. And it was
Yeah,
very
I
sad.
was in studio with someone who was a noted soccer hater among the Fox Sports Radio crew for Euros, and even then, those final seconds of Euro of England and Spain, watching that ball like ricochet a few times around, not going in, was enough to get him jumping out of his seat too. But the big one for me, and it's something I'm actually currently in the planning stages of, and if I don't know how much I want to talk about it, just because when I start talking about things, I feel like I sabotage myself. But without going into all the details of why or how right now, I'm sending out some calls this week, and I'm going to be working on getting my licensing and certification for scuba diving.
Ooh, I didn't know that.
I had been certified before as like a very temporary one as part of my trip to the Dominican Republic when I was like 19 years old. But I now have the means and some money saved up enough to start looking into that.
That's cool.
I don't know how much I talk about it, but the ocean is precious to me. The ocean is a huge part of my life, and it is a part of what keeps my anxiety way down is going out to the ocean. People see when I go out to Malibu all the time, but I haven't been able to go back into the ocean for quite a while. And like, I know I've got to get some of my health back straight, but it is something I'm going to be doing a bit as football season continues to encroach, is see if I can fit in all my scuba stuff I need to before the seasons turn to fall.
That's awesome, dude.
So, yeah.
And
if I do
I've
that,
never
I
had
will
the bravery to do scuba diving.
If I do that, I will be recording a lot of that stuff. Chris, are you James Cameron? No, but I grew up with several like learning. I had like one of those knowledge adventure game education programs that was like narrated by Jacques Cousteau. And one of my first favorite Genesis games was Echo the Dolphin. I love the ocean. My dad was also really into Jimmy Buffett. So when we did get vacations, we would go to the Caribbean. I've been to Jamaica, the Virgin Islands, and the Dominican Republic. I've been out to the Outer Banks. I've been to Key West. I've snorkeled a lot of places. I've only scubaed once, but it was an experience unlike anything else I've done before. And I want to do more of it again.
You gotta hook up with Tyrell Crosby. He's like huge into that too.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
He's in Vegas though, so you got to drive over.
That's only 4 hours out to LA though. So I mean,
but I also don't know where you could scuba dive in Vegas.
No, that's what I mean. You have to kind of come out to the
you.
Pacific. Yeah.
I did not get an answer from Kyle Sleeps on what Lizcast they want. But we did get a request to ask ChatGPT from DTerp, who wants to write me a movie trailer script telling the story of how Jeremy Ryan and Chris won back the Pride of Detroit podcast from shady corporate executives. Which I'm more than willing to do. It's fine.
Did you ever watch The Beekeeper?
No.
Oh, I was going to say it's kind of like that, but does Ryan know what The Beekeeper is, or am I the weird one today?
I don't know what Beekeeper is.
It was like the Jason Statham, I want to do a John Wick type of film.
Okay.
It's very earnest. It's very Jason Statham.
I feel like when you say that though, like I just think of like there's the transporter, right?
The transporter, right? Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's like
no. This is exactly what it sounds like. It's Jason Statham doing a John Wick, except replace the dog with an old lady as the inciting incident, and replace the mafia with scam phone callers who try to take all your life savings. who somehow also
seems pretty
have
real.
who also somehow has Jeremy Iron running ex-CIA and ex-SEALs as like a security company.
I like Jeremy Irons. He's cool.
It's not a great movie, but it's a Jason Statham movie, and I enjoy those.
Guys, I think we found the only proper use of ChatGPT.
All right, let's hear it.
Oh no.
And I don't know if there's anybody watching who's capable of like actually somehow animating this or something and creating it, but if you could,
well, ChatGPT might be.
Please, for the love of God, do it. All right. There's going to be built-in narrations here, so hang with me here. Opening scene. Dramatic aerial shots of Detroit skyline at dusk set to intense music. Cut to a bustling city street where people are going about their daily lives. Narrator. In a world where pride runs deep and voices are meant to be heard. Cut to Jeremy Ryan and Chris sitting dejectedly in a dimly lit studio looking at a contract on the table with a large corporate logo. The mood is somber and tense. Narrator. Jeremy Ryan and Chris had a dream. Their podcast, a beacon of truth and local pride, was taken. Flashback sequence showing the early days of Pride Detroit podcast. Jeremy and Chris excitingly recording episodes. I don't know what happened to you, Ryan.
I don't know about excitingly on that.
Connecting with the community.
I've been retconned.
And making a difference.
No, it was the night you were passed out in Punta Cana. We'll just go with that.
Fair.
Narrator. Taken by corporate greed. Cut to a shadowy corporate executive in a sleek boardroom plotting and celebrating their takeover. Narrator. But
this does sound like The Beekeeper.
But sometimes when the voice of the people is silenced, Jeremy and Chris exchanging determined looks, shaking hands firmly. Narrator.
Firmly? Oh no, firm handshakes. Oh no.
Narrator. Heroes rise. Montage of Jeremy and Chris strategizing, reaching out to old friends and allies, and planning their comeback. Narrator.
Like Jason Statham?
Now they're not just fighting for their podcast. Scenes of passionate protest in the streets of Detroit, people holding up signs saying, give us back our voice. Narrator. They're fighting for their city. Quick cuts of Jeremy and Chris confronting the executives, heated arguments, and tense negotiations. Narrator. In a battle of integrity versus influence, Jeremy and Chris standing together facing a packed courtroom delivering impassioned speeches.
Courtroom?
Quote, narrator, they'll prove that the heart of Detroit cannot be bought. Upbeat music starts playing as the trailer picks up pace. Narrator, from the creators of Resilience and the Spirit of Motor of... I'm sorry, let me redo that. From the creators of Resilience and the Spirit of the Motor City... Exciting scenes of Jeremy and Chris rallying supporters, organizing events, and broadcasting live from iconic Detroit locations.
And where's Ryan?
I think the problem is that the way it was written was telling the story of how Jeremy, Ryan, and Chris, but there's no commas in between our names. So it looks like Jeremy, Ryan, and
so
Chris.
your name is Jeremy Ryan now.
Well,
Jeremy Ryan Reisman.
Go ahead and finish, but I have my own theory.
Okay.
I was about to say this. Every time Ryan Matthews isn't on the screen, people should be asking, "Where's Poochie?"
All right, I'm gonna read both of the two last narrator blocks. From the creators and resilience of the Spirit of the Motor City comes a story of courage, determination, and the fight for justice. Final shot of Jeremy and Chris smiling triumphantly, surrounded by their team and supporters holding microphones with the podcast logo. This summer, witness the battle for the Pride of Detroit podcast. The title card appears, Pride of Detroit, the battle for truth. Quote, because some stories are meant to be told by those who live them. Fade out with the podcast logo and release date.
YouTube saying that they're on the edge of my seat.
So... At first, I was like, well, not more than two people can do a handshake. You know what I mean? So I was like, okay, Jeremy and Chris are handshaking.
Maybe we put our hands
Yeah, put it together. Our powers combined.
M. Night Shyamalan-esque twist.
You're the corporate overlord.
I'm the corporate overlord.
I was going to say, you're just a figment of my imagination.
I've been what?
That too.
You're my dead son.
No, guys. The twist was that I was brainwashed into being a corporate overlord by Kyle Barber.
If I put
Kyle Barber might be a little
commas
too
in
close
there,
to comfort to
would
me
it
very
work?
soon.
Yeah, the comma would have fixed everything.
Yeah. That's on you
Sorry.
and your adherence to god awful.
I just copy and
Chicago
pasted.
style.
I wasn't paying attention. No, it wasn't.
Maybe
no.
maybe
I'm pro
though,
Oxford comma. Let's be clear.
Yeah, as you should. The maybe if we're carrying the whole beekeeper John Wick thing, maybe I die early in the movie,
Oh,
and I'm the impetus for like what happens.
They're the
next.
signal they sent to like shut it down. You tried to come back in the studio one last time, and they had you offed to really send the message, but they didn't know who they were with.
Yeah, right, exactly.
I appreciate your sacrifice, Joe Daddy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as with most things, says the editor, it needs a rewrite.
Joe Daddy on YouTube. Welcome to the Pride of Detroit members.
hey, another one.
Another
Killing it
one.
over there. Another one.
Just insane. Good point. How can you be brainwashed with the tinfoil hat on?
Very carefully.
I feel like that makes me put my tinfoil hat on. Yeah, there you go.
I think maybe it's like me and Chris do like some corporate shill podcast, and you snap us out of it because you haven't been brainwashed.
Oh, because I had the tinfoil hat on?
Because you had the tinfoil hat on the whole time.
That's good. That's good. Nobody commented on this awesome Holly High School mug that I've been drinking out of.
Is it Holly High School?
It's very inspirational.
Oh, Holly High School. Okay, there you go.
It's nice to see the tinfoil hats back in the chat.
It is.
Did we
I
get
saw
an
the
answer
Ruby.
out of Kyle Sleeps? But did anyone see an answer out of Kyle Sleeps with the?
Nope.
All right, I might just refund him then. Couple more.
Hold on, let me just double check here
Okay.
real quick because I can actually see.
I will
all those
read
ones.
alerts. while
Oh,
you
here
do
it
that.
is. I did find it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Best things you did during your impromptu hiatus, which is what we kind of. So we answered it, Jeremy, but I don't think we realized that was his list
True.
cast.
Well, I think maybe it inspired him to ask that. So like maybe very specific things that you did during your break.
Jill, real quick, where does Zazu come into play in the script? Have you ever seen The Mask? I'm thinking that Zazu kind of fills the role. What was the dog's name? I forget.
I don't know.
I don't.
I remember
just
Jim
remember
Carrey's name was
smoking.
Stanley Ipkiss.
That's right.
Smoking.
Okay, so we're list casting what top
Top
Things-
moments in your life
Yeah.
from the past 3.5
3
months.
months?
Milo?
Milo, yeah. Mhm.
There you go.
Good poll.
Milo.
Milo's the name of the dog.
The dog
The
from the
mask.
mask.
Oh, right. Okay.
Okay. I can. Let me think.
I will say my trip to Boston is probably up there.
Bomb.
To meet up with Alex. We ate some excellent food. I went to a Red Sox game that we didn't really care about, but was fun to just experience.
The only trip I really took was back to Toledo, and that wasn't like. It was fun, but also like stressful, and I drank a lot.
My number 2 would probably be getting back into disc golf. I understand the cultish nature of disc golf because it's very easy to get addicted and excited, and I'm very convinced I'll get a hole in one, particularly at this shortish course in Ann Arbor. But it's also like, to me, it's a way to get up and be active. It's a very chill sport where like I don't take it too seriously.
Yeah.
And it's a good way to just hang out with some buds. Like I went with Justin Rogers a couple times, went with a high school buddy of mine and with my roommate. Like, it's a good time. I recommend it if you haven't gotten into it and you think you can throw a disc. Because if you can, it gets a little less fun.
Does get significantly less fun. I'll say that. Are we doing 3 or what are we doing?
I was
5?
thinking 3.
Okay, let's do three.
Three's fine. Three's fine.
My number 3 would probably be Teddy's second birthday was June 15th. So that was cool. It's getting big. He's saying words now.
Nice.
He's got a lot of personality, so that's cool. Congratulations to me. I've kept a child alive for 2 years. So
it's a new record for you.
Yes. It's true.
I have a feeling you're going to break that pretty soon, though.
Fingers crossed, record. Knock on wood. Yeah.
I mean, break the record. Yeah.
Yes. Chris, did you have another one? Or how many have you done?
No, none. I've done none.
Oh. Okay.
Toledo, I'm not going to put up there. It was kind of a sad reason to go back. Chris Pratt lived like a feral cat during his time away. I kind of did. I'm not going to lie. I kind of went to dark places. Okay. I had one at the top of my head, and now I'm trying to struggle to remember it. So I would probably say, I don't want to put this at number 3, but one of the things I did get to do that I was actually quite happy with was I did finally get on air at Fox Sports Radio to do updates. It would have happened at like 4 a.m. East Coast time. So none of you heard it, but yes, I was delivering the news. I was delivering the news for the night, and from what I was talking with the guy over there at Fox Sports Radio, Dan Byer, it will probably happen again here sometime soon. That's number 2. Number 3 actually is playing Elden Ring again.
Video games are cool.
It is cool. And that is still one of my favorite games, and I should probably just play it on stream at this point. I've been playing the new DLC and having a ton of fun. My number 1 is still yet to be determined. Let me think about it a little bit more.
That's not getting back into scuba?
Yeah, it hasn't happened yet, so I can't really claim that.
All right.
I can't claim that yet. That would be number 1 immediately and probably kick off Elden Ring or the updates if I did. You know what? I guess Malibu goes on there. Trips out to Malibu I got to take during the summer. As I said,
nice.
I think the best thing I could do was I discovered a much faster way for me to get out to Malibu, which is like 40 minutes through the Encina Canyon.
Don't tell people. You got to keep
no one
that
else
shit
goes
to yourself.
I know. Well, Topanga Canyon's closed. Google Maps is like recommending it. There's not that many people that do it anyway, so it's whatever.
Too late. Elon Musk has heard you. He's making a tunnel now.
Being Rolana. Rolana is the only boss I had to summon ashes on. Everything else I've beaten. I still have to do the final legacy dungeon, but I've beaten Mesmer and like every other boss right now. But I love my faith build. I'll just say that. So I actually took a pause in Elden Ring because my friends were complaining about how hard it was, and I had to go play Sekiro to remind myself of what a hard FromSoft game looks like.
I miss video games.
I'm still mad that there's no college football on
PC.
On PC, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I'm gonna buy it. We'll see. I don't know. I just don't know if I have time for it. I miss video games, like I said. My number 2 was definitely, like the rest of you, having front row seats to the downfall of Drake. Nobody had a worse, nobody had a worse time away from this podcast than Drake.
Not to be too political, maybe Joe Biden.
Drake had a worse summer.
Okay, that is fair. Now that
Joe Biden was still president.
Yeah.
And Drake became, as far as I know.
Yeah, Drake.
He is still president. Yes.
According to Kendrick Lamar, Drake became the president of the pedophile fan club. So it's
just annihilated, man. Man.
Yeah.
Beiner.
Oh gosh, yes. That was fun. That was, and it hasn't stopped. And then number one would be finishing a track and field season. It was a big bummer because this, and I know that's like a not like how is this number one if it was a bummer, but it ends on like a good note. A uh, a student that I was coaching in high jump since they were a freshman, they really wanted to pursue high jump in college, and they really wanted to go to Saginaw Valley State, and they kind of viewed it the regional. So the only place that you can qualify for the state meet is at regionals, which is kind of tough, right? Like, I mean, you could be an awesome high jumper, you could be an awesome sprinter, you could be an awesome whatever you do in track and field, but unless you perform on this one date in this one event, then like you can't go to the state meet, which is tough. It's a lot of pressure, and they didn't qualify for states, and they were pretty torn up about it. And I felt just awful about it as somebody who had been coaching them for 4 years. But after the regional meet, there's still county meets. So Oakland County, obviously, if you're from Michigan, you know that Oakland County is like the biggest county in the state, and there's a lot of really, really good competition in Oakland County. There are a lot of very competitive schools and everything. And at the Oakland County meet, they set their personal best for high jumping. They jumped 5'1", which was awesome. They had never cleared anything over 5 feet, and they were the fourth best jumper in Oakland County that day. So, yeah. And I mean, the person who won, they went to nationals. They're maybe even be, an Olympian one day, because their personal record was 6'2", I think. And 6'2" is the state measurement for boys. So like, I mean, there was a girl that was jumping 6'2". Like, that's insane. But yeah, so yeah, it was good.
Nice.
It was like I felt like an awful coach for a little bit, but also MHSA
Got some redemption story.
Yeah. But like it was literally the week before, or I think it was the day of the regional. Like the MHSA has changed the rules now. So like at any point during the season now, if you record a time or if you record a jump or a throw or whatever that meets the state qualifying measurements, then like you can go to the state meet.
Yeah.
As long as it's like an officially sanctioned event. And it was like the day of the regional meet that they're like, oh, we're going to do this next year. And it was like, all right, well, this doesn't help us now or ever, but yeah, so.
Nice.
All right.
That was very
coaching
wholesome.
and watching Drake.
And your son.
Yeah. Well, we are
Penny
bumping
was
up a
3.
He was 3 on the list.
I hate to be the one to rush us, because usually I'm the one who likes to stew, but we are bumping up against
Oh yeah, that's right.
some
And
got to be
we've lost a bunch of viewers to the Dragon show anyway.
House of the Dragon, yeah.
enjoy your little dragon shows.
Oh, come off it. Come off it.
I said
Don't be
enjoy
that
your
guy.
dragon shows.
F them dragons. F them dragon.
I'm
F them
kidding.
kids.
Watch whatever you want. Enjoy what you like. I'm not trying to yuck anyone's
I like playing
yum.
Spyro.
You nailed it that time. Way to go.
Brand new
What'd
me.
he do? What'd he nail?
He was steady as a mouse.
Steady as a mouse. Yucking that yums. All right. Let's
I'm
get
terrified. Yeah, let's do this. By the way, no, Lord Goof, it was not for the Ben Maller show. It was for Bernie Frado's show. I got to do the updates on. Pride to Detroit PODcast. Continuing our preview of training camp, we have quite a bit to still get through. We haven't touched on the defense at all. My note here just says, when will we see DJ Reader? And unfortunately, that's going to be delayed a little bit further because of his inclusion on the PUP list. I don't know when we'll get to see him at all, Jeremy, with this new addition that happened today. One, though, since we were kind of on this trend of, are the Lions still trusting some of their draft picks? is a question of, and this is not quite, this is a little bit more of and yet less of a question at the same time as Sorsdal, and that's Broadrick Martin. I think with Reader being out, it does open up a lot, and Davenport out as well. But like with that McNeil spot set, it does open up a lot more questions on seeing Broadrick Martin getting some reps, maybe with the ones here. And I guess that's kind of the question in my mind is, what do the Lions have with Broadrick Martin? How much of a leash is he going to have? Has he taken a step behind Onwuzurike? What's going to really happen? And how much are they going to just trust Martin, and what do they need to see out of him in his development?
Right. I mean, I think if you're looking for a bright side of DJ Reader not being ready, I think the opportunity for Broadrick Martin to get more reps is huge. We barely saw him at all last year, and they obviously have pretty high hopes for him. And he came into the spring maybe looking a little bit more slim and things like that, hoping to build on some short area speed and maybe build out a little bit more pass rush where he looks like a nose tackle. He's going to be a nose tackle. He's going to be a run defender first, but they obviously want a little bit more. I mean, they would love to get him to be the next DJ Reader, right? And that's part of the reason, the appeal of signing DJ Reader is you have him now as a mentor. And we talked about all that in the spring. And yes, as their chat is saying, new defensive line coach and Terrell Williams too is hoping to build out his game. But yeah, I think he's another one of those players where this is a really big training camp for him. I don't know if he's going to have a big role necessarily because Reader and McNeil are going to be your starters, but both, McNeil isn't going to play 80-90% of the snaps like he has been in previous years. I don't think they want that. Reader is at a point in his career where he's probably not going to be playing a ton of third downs in general anyway. So there's going to be chances for roles. And Broadrick Martin, I think, like this first month, maybe 2 or 3 weeks of training camp, I think are really important for him. I don't know if he's going to be repping with the starters necessarily. Like Chris Smith is a guy that they like to kind of give some of those early reps to because he's a veteran a little bit, but I think Broadrick Martin is a great guy to highlight as someone who this is an important offseason for him. And at this point, it's hard to know what to expect out of him.
Big offseason for Levi Onwuzurike too. Sure. And, it's make or break time for him specifically. Yeah. For a guy who, played a lot of snaps his rookie year, didn't have a sophomore season, and played sparingly in year 3. I'm really excited to see what he has in store for camp, because that's a player that a lot of us, I think us included, maybe had written off as somebody who wouldn't have even made the roster last year, and he did, and that's to his credit. And the thing that's interesting there though is they have somebody else who is kind of like a young player who's lurking behind the snaps that Levi Onwuzurike wants to get as a 3-tech and as a pass rusher in Mekhi Wingo. So there's some interesting pieces along the defensive line.
Yeah. Mekhi is a really fascinating one that like I'm interested to see what kind of snaps he gets. On the edges, I know fans still hope for James Houston, but I don't think it's far-fetched for me to say I need to see James Houston show up for training camp. Like, I understand he had a very fun, rookie year where he was racking up sacks here and there, but like that quieted very quickly in the sophomore year. And he found with, expanded roles for some of the other edge rushers that there wasn't much, and, some injury there too, but like there wasn't much there for him to do. And now you've got Matthew Betts, who's going to show up among edge rushers. You're especially at DE. You've got Pascal still on the roster. Again, Davenport's off to the side for a bit, so it opens up a little bit more for Houston to really show up. But like, they went after Betts pretty aggressively. So I'm kind of curious what this all really means for James Houston, and if he can show us what made fans fall in love with him on his rookie year.
I know a lot of Lions fans and national analysts were upset that the Lions didn't add an edge in the draft, and are down on just the edge group in general. They're like, all right, Aiden Hutchinson's going to have to get another 100 pressures again because there's no one there. But I'm fascinated by this group. Like, I think this group has a bunch of high upside guys who, I mean, are all of them going to reach their potential? No, but they're fascinating to me. Like, I think that the conversation starts with Josh Pascal entering his third year. You know, a second-round pick, a guy that they had very high hopes for, has been dealing with injuries his first 2 seasons. He's entering this year seemingly healthy and with a new defensive line coach. And, you know, we've seen this trend of Holmes draft picks and this coaching staff being able to teach guys up by year 3. And so he has high upside there. Matthew Betts, like you said, most outstanding defensive player last year in the CFL, 18 sacks, or I think it was 18 sacks in 18 games. I mean, listen, sometimes it takes time for these guys to develop. It didn't work out for him the first time he was in the NFL, when undrafted and didn't make it through Bears camp. We had the CFL podcast way back when. Go back and listen to that one. Like, it was it's a very interesting story about his career trajectory and reason to believe that his improvement is real and could translate to the NFL. Marcus Davenport. We're not going to see him right away, it sounds like, since he's on the PUP list, but this is a guy that had, it was like 9 sacks in 11 games 2 or 3 years ago. Like, he's got chops, and whatever, you know, don't listen to whatever Vikings fan says about this guy. If he's healthy, and I know right now he's not, that dude can ball, and that guy can be a legit edge too. And if he reaches his full potential that he's already reached at the NFL level, we're talking about actually a really, really good 1-2 punch at edge. And then you throw in James Houston, a guy who has also proved it at an NFL level. If he can stay healthy and maybe develop a little bit beyond more than just a pass rusher, you're going to see him a lot. And so I think there's actually a lot of juice in this room. It's just a matter of whether all these guys, or how many of these guys, actually hit their developmental peak. And with a guy like Terrell Williams as your coach now, one of the best defensive line coaches in football, if not the best defensive line coach in football, I think there's a reason to actually be pretty, like, listen, I fell into this trap last year and I was wrong. And I said, like, the edge group is actually a little bit deeper than you guys think. Maybe I'm a fool again. Can't get fooled again. But I'm buying this edge stock. I'm very interested in it.
We haven't even mentioned the name John Kaminsky yet either.
It's true.
That was on purpose. Nobody's talking about
No. Okay. Yeah. Good point. Well taken. With that, I back off completely. And let's move off the line and edge rushers to the linebackers. Man, it's always hard to bet against the end of Alex Anzalone, but it feels like Jack Campbell's going to get a starting job. No, Ryan?
Yeah, but I mean, they're playing different positions. It's more so like Derek Barnes versus Jack Campbell, as far as the snaps get distributed there. Hopefully, I think the thing that's most encouraging about Jack Campbell is he just played so many different spots for Detroit last year, whether he was playing Sam or Mike or Will or whatever he was doing. It seemed like he kind of started to get his head above water towards the end of the season, which was encouraging. And whether or not you believe in Aaron Schatz or not, when it comes to momentum and one thing carrying over from one season to the next.
That's a spoiler for our newsletter that hasn't dropped yet.
Oh boy.
Just another reason to subscribe.
Yeah. And also wide receivers can average 18 yards catch. But as far as the linebackers go, I think this is maybe this sounds very strange, but this is the position group that I think I might have the most confidence in. Question mark? Like, really? I don't think it's wild to say when it comes to the edge rushers. Sure, there's a lot of potential, and there's a lot of room for, maybe Marcus Davenport does finally put it all together and is healthy for at least 15 or 16 games, and they get an awesome player opposite Aiden Hutchinson, or James Houston actually is that dude, or Josh Pascal. Hey, injuries were hard your first couple of seasons, but yeah, you actually are a guy who makes a difference in the NFL. But I think that all kind of hinges on injuries, and the greatest ability is
availability.
Thank you. Just trying to hit all the marks on the bingo chart. But I think that when it comes to the linebackers, like Alex Anzalone is a dude. And that's a guy who I think has won me over maybe more than any other defender on this team. Maybe more than any other Lions player from 2021 to now. I believe in Alex Anzalone maybe more than any other project that the Lions have brought in. I mean, can you think of another guy that the Lions have brought in beyond Jared Goff that was viewed as maybe he could stick around the league, maybe not, we'll see. And now he's a full-fledged starter that I think you have all the confidence, I think, in the world in Alex Anzalone as your will linebacker.
It's a good question. And I think it was probably easy to forget that when he landed in Detroit, he was what, like 20, 25, 26?
Oh, as far as age, yeah.
Yeah. And like, that's not that old, right? Like, I think when he came here, everyone's like, oh, we already know Alex Anzalone is this veteran who's just going to be like a borderline starter.
Mm-hmm.
And not, I don't know, it's this whole thing where it's the same thing with Jared Goff, where it's just like we feel like we know who this player is at 25, at 26, and it's just like, no, man, that can be the start of a developmental curve for a lot of players.
There were more people that were higher on and more optimistic about Jamie Collins,
right,
than they were Alex Anzalone.
I mean, it was probably most people, to be complete. Like, it was definitely us. Let's be clear,
for sure.
Do you need to see more from Malcolm Rodriguez?
I think I need to maybe see something different from him, because it feels like he is going to be more of a special teams guy now.
Fullback,
but that's also a Jalen Reeves-Maben role too.
Right. Yep. But like, that all speaks again to like Ryan's confidence in the linebacker group. This is the same five as last year, and maybe
it's the bloodbath group.
Right. It's a bloodbath group that we laughed at 2 years ago, and last year they played really well. Like, all of them played really well, and they're all coming back. And you're hoping Jack Campbell is better, and you saw a little bit extra juice out of Jalen Reeves-Maben toward the end of the last season. Maybe that carries over and like, okay, maybe now he's kind of our third down guy. Malcolm Rodriguez had an interception in the NFC Championship game. Like, I know a lot of you have blacked out that memory, but he had a really big play in that game. And so the depth is really good. The starting potential is only on the rise with Jack Campbell entering year 2. I'm with you. Like, this is a really good linebacker group, and I don't know why no one in the NFL seems to notice, because every it's ranking season everywhere, and it's like the Lions are like 16th or 20th or 25th in linebacker. I'm like, are you just relying on weird PFF grades because they seemingly don't know how to grade linebackers?
Yeah.
Now comes the hardest one, talking about the DBs, talking about safeties, talking about corners, because safeties, there's not too much really to talk about here, is there, Jeremy? Like, Brian Branch has the nickel position.
I mean, we don't know with Brian Branch. Is he going to play safety more?
We don't know what he's going to do, but like,
is he going to be? When is he going to make it on the field? First of all,
yeah, there's so much young blood here. It almost feels like the only thing you can really do is just kind of hope and see that the guys who are injured have some time to make it onto the field, like Mosley. And then for, every new acquisition you've had, be it through draft or free agency, you want to see them out there. You want to see them. You want to see what Terrion Arnold's going to do. You want to see what Amik Robertson's going to do. You want to see how Carlton Davis, like, this is a unit that needs everyone out there. And I don't even feel like I have time to really go down the depth chart and see if there's guys who are going to be able to compete versus some of the names who we just don't even know anything about even yet. Ryan, there's so much new blood here.
There is. And we read a movie script from ChatGPT during the break about us reclaiming the podcast. Well, as far as sequels to movies go, this is different better part 2. Like, this was, I mean, are we going to get tricked, so to speak, back into thinking that, hey, different just means better? Different also comes with a lot of stumbling blocks. There's going to be like a lot of bumps and bruises along the way. And I think that there are a ton of question marks about the secondary. And I think that this is the one area that, yes, I understand why people are optimistic. I understand why people are excited. At the same time, there are just a lot of possibilities. Terrion Arnold is a rookie, and you're expecting him to be the starting outside corner opposite of Carlton Davis, who good when he's on the field, but that's an asterisk.
You also drafted Ennis Rakestraw. He's another rookie. Where is he going? Is he outside? Where are you putting him?
I also want to see where these guys fit. Amik Robertson, this is a guy that they signed, and they were probably pretty comfortable with being their outside cornerback. And then, they had an opportunity to trade up in the draft and get Arnold. Okay, how do all these pieces fit? And that's my question: is different better? I want to say that they made enough moves that you have to think, God, one or two of these guys are going to be surefire things, right? Right?
Yeah,
right.
I think there's enough experience in this group to me. Like it is a young group. Don't get me wrong, but like Kindle Vildor was starting last year. And now he is behind Carlton Davis. He's behind Terrion Arnold. He's probably behind Emmanuel Mosley. Might be behind Amik Robertson if you consider Amik Robertson an outside corner. Might be behind Ennis Rakestraw if you consider him an outside corner. And so, like, we're talking about making your CB2 now CB6, 7. And, like, you're right.
How many are they
just
carrying? Yeah. How many are they going to carry?
It's a very hard question. Again, like, me and Eric, we're doing our 53-man roster predictions that are going to be up on the site on Monday. And agonized over the cornerback group because you also have to account for special teams. There's at least one or two corners that are going to be special teamers. And so at what point do you draw the line of guys that we trust to be a potential starter at corner and, all right, if you don't make that cut and you give us nothing on special teams, well, we're going to prefer a guy like Khalil Dorsey instead, who probably shouldn't be starting. Like, he started a game or two, and they're like, nope, just play special teams, bud. He probably makes the team just because he's really good at special teams. I mean, the man can kick returns and be a gunner. But
how many of those guys can you have?
How many of those guys?
Sione Vaki, we have Jalen Reeves-Maben, we have Malcolm Rodriguez. Like, the list is.
It sounds like a great idea to have a lot of special teams guys, but you need to make some decisions.
Right.
Bob Quinn, it just went 6 to midnight somewhere.
Oh, speaking of special teams, I know Jeremy won't do it, so let's excuse him for a second, Ryan.
Well, we didn't even talk. Hold on, we didn't even talk about safeties.
I thought we did. I lumped all DB. You want? Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I said all DBs together, and I don't think we talked any safeties there. So
it's really important. It's really important to talk about what they're planning on doing with Brian Branch, because then, I mean, Brian Branch, it made a ton of sense for him to be as close to the line of scrimmage as possible his rookie season because he's a dog chasing cars, right? I'm all for keeping Brian Branch on the field as much as possible. I think all of us are, Jeremy. So it makes sense to move him back to a safety spot. But then, hey, now we're back to the conundrum that the Lions were at towards the end of last season, where it's, okay, you have a Fatu Melifonwu, you have Kirby Joseph, and CJ Gardner-Johnson's healthy again. You have 3 safeties. How are you getting all these guys on the field? It's a good spot to be in because you have depth and you have guys. How do these pieces fit?
In an ideal world, Branch is playing nickel most of the time, and then when he's not, when the lines aren't in nickel, he's just drops back to safety.
Iffy, right?
Yeah. I don't know if that's the plan. It seems like it has the most logic to it, but I don't know. Like we got to see Branch out there. We got to see, like, because they were clearly having Amik play a lot of nickel. They were clearly having Rakestraw do some nickel work in the spring, but was that out of necessity or is that part of the plan?
And here's the other question I have, and it's tricky because I'm looking at the depth behind him, but are you all happy with Kirby Joseph starting as the other safety?
You have to be. Like, I know it's been an up and down 2 years for him, but he's so good in that deep center fielder type of role because he's got the athleticism, because he's got the ball skills. I mean, that's something that can't be denied. I think he has 4 interceptions in both of his first 2 seasons. So I don't know if anyone else can do that, and certainly not at the level that
certainly not on the roster right now, and certainly not Brandon Joseph or CJ Moore or Shellen Garnes or
CJ Moore, another special teamer.
There you go.
Oh my God.
But Quandre Diggs?
Question mark?
80, we only got 89 man on the roster right now.
I would love to, but come on.
Who's going to win between Badgley and Jake Bates? Jeremy, if you want to excuse yourself, I totally understand, but we do need to talk kickers.
But Jeremy's like the only one who's he's seen them kick in the past.
I know.
I haven't seen Jake Bates.
No.
They added Jake Bates after OTAs.
Oh, come on. We all watched Michigan Panthers games. Don't kid me. Don't try to lie. Even you, Jeremy, watched Michigan Panthers games.
I watched something.
Oh yeah, begrudgingly.
Yeah.
All right, so it's pretty clear you have seen Jake Bates kick within the past 6 months.
I've seen him. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say make one kick. I've seen him take one kick in person, and he missed it.
Badgley.
Well, that's just. Or hold on a second. Wait a second. Hold up. That could just be Jeremy's just usual bad luck in influencing things.
It's very possible. I had my camera out and everything, so
Yeah, I know.
And you
were
had
anticipating
your Bates
it.
jersey on too.
that's right. No, I mean
Michigan Panthers Bates jersey.
in all seriousness, like they like Michael Badgley a lot, and I think people need to
Yes.
realize that Jake Bates is going to have a really, really, really good training camp to win this job. Like, I know everyone's all excited about the leg and the distance and all that sort of stuff, but fact of the matter is he was not good outdoors in the UFL. He missed 5 of his last 11 or something like that. He didn't finish the season strong. So if you saw Jake Bates in the first month of the UFL and you stopped watching, you missed him kind of do a little bit of a downslide. So he needs to be better. I'm not saying he can't win the job, but he needs to be better than he was at the end of the UFL season.
Well, that's the question though, Jeremy, is like he needs to be better. He needs to be good. He needs to prove. What does he need to prove though in training camp, right? Because it's not, hey, we trust Jake Bates with a 60, 61, 62-yard kick. That's not it though, right? Yeah. It's like the consistency, the 40 to 49 yards. Are you knocking those through with regularity? Because that's what Badgley does.
Yep.
We did it. We got through the roster.
Yeah, no long snapper battle talk. Woo!
What am I gonna between Scott Daly and Hogan? Am I saying it right? Hatton?
Can we start calling him Hoagie? I want to start calling him Hoagie.
The Hoagie. He's flipping out. So he's just serving sandwiches over here.
Jake McQuaid, we hardly knew you.
Aw,
it's a great name too.
It's tough. It's tough out there.
Oh, so you're high on Bates then, right?
Why?
So
I'm happy to be
the
back.
Same first name.
No.
I'm just happy to have this all back. I'm happy we get to do this again.
Yeah, it's all right.
Mailbag coming up here soon. Coming up with Jeremy and Eric. I'm going to have news by the next POD cast about this new preview show. And I might even start it up a little bit early as we get into preseason, just to get, because it's going to be some new blood. It's going to be a chance for some new blood, some new fresh faces in here. And I want to get people used to them as well. So we'll have some more news on that coming soon. POD cast continuing live on Sundays for the time being. What other news do we need to get to, Jeremy?
That's it. Just once again, I want to thank everybody for the support over the past 3.5 months. It was a very emotional time. It was, I got some really awesome, nice emails in the aftermath of it. And like I said, I don't think we're sitting here again in the same spots talking Lions football again without the crazy amount of support you guys showed from the minute we were canceled until this moment now. So
yeah, that's right. We were canceled.
Just like Family Guy. And then we came back and now we're better than ever.
Oh, God.
Oh my gosh.
Okay,
The Family Guy moderator would say that.
Reaching deep into the Predator podcast lore there.
That's a 9-year
We're talking
cut.
prehistoric stuff. Good Lord. That should be an episode at some point. Just a freebie we give out, the PODcast lore cheat sheet. Someone who wants to step up and do the PODcast Wikipedia would be fantastic here.
If you're under the age of 25, do you know what a message board is? Do you know what a forum is?
It's like Discord, except mustier. With that, let's get out of here. I get to say it again. I didn't think I'd be able to say it ever again. And it's nice to do it. Ryan Matthews, at Ryan_POD. Jeremy Reisman, at Detroit Online. Myself, Chris Perfett, at Chris Perfett, PERFETT. Thank you guys for all the support you've shown us all these months. Thank you all for the heartfelt messages. Thank you for the money you donated to me and Ryan to keep us afloat. We have been dependent upon money from this podcast. It's kind of the reality of it. There's only so much you can do out of passion and heart. But we're back. We'll see you again soon, because up there's dreams. Up there in the stars, they're waiting. We'll see you starside.
Recording stopped.
Dang, is that the full quote? Is that like the extended version?
No, that's two different quotes from
Oh.
Marathon, the Bungie video game. I should play that at some point on a stream too. Bungie Marathon was basically the Doom clone Bungie made before they made Halo, and it's still a very key part of my childhood.
Nick the Greek, I'm realizing on these very fake tags, by the way. I love this thing, and I'm probably going to keep it hung up in my classroom, but I do like how National Football League is all one word. Football League, all
That's
one
three
word.
three L's in a row.
Yeah.
The National Football League.
Yeah, it's awesome. This is great. This tag is also from 2011, which very
it's the old style jersey.
very much
yeah.
predates this jersey.
Yeah. Is that the right number of stars on the NFL logo?
Are there 8?
Hold on. Because the problem is the NFL changed their logo. Yes, there is 8. Okay. Just making sure.
Nick, you're right. The children did work very hard to make this jersey. But these poor kids. This Nike logo.
Oh boy. Someone had to work a little overtime.
And the Eric Ebron Tar Heel blue is
Jesus,
fantastic.
Wait. Can I see that William Clay Ford, the third one again?
I'm holding the jersey straight, by the way. I'm trying to. Oh
Can
yeah,
I see that?
yeah,
WCF?
it's way. Yeah, that's not.
It's weird. Yeah, that's weird. That's probably why it was rejected and thrown into the pile for the knockoffs anyway.
Do you see a micro penis?
Unfortunately, it doesn't say loins on it.
That was my favorite era of Lions font, is making fun of the little
Cherry Tomato Club?
Serifs. They're called serifs. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Go watch The Curse. All right, I'm out.
All right. Ryan is going to leave. I think, Chris, you said you had a meeting now?
Yeah, right now. Someone's taking care of their kid right now, but I do need to jump out. I hate that we're all leaving right away, but
you guys are going to miss out on the real fireworks here.
I don't want to watch
I don't want to
all.
watch this. I don't want to watch this. I don't. I genuinely do not. Tomorrow, no decaf on Twitch. I'll talk to you guys. Have some chat. Oh, okay. Bye, Ryan.
Bye, Ryan.
Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks a lot, Jeremy.
Of course, man.
We'll talk
Happy
soon.
to have you back.
Yeah. We'll talk soon.
All right. All right, chat. It is just you and me. We are going to do something that I am not looking forward to. As a reminder, you guys raised $40,000 last year for split between, gosh, I don't even remember, Alzheimer's Association and who was the other? I don't even remember. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I mean, it does matter, to be clear. I just can't remember. I did not set up a smoothie scam. I'm going to bring it in here with me. What's up, Amy? Nice to see you. The no-kill shelter. That's right. I thought it might. The Humane Society. The Humane Society of West Michigan. Crisis text line was the year before. It was the Humane Society of West Michigan. Over $40,000. Normally, we would cash in on all of those donation goals that we hit during the downtime between the draft and training camp. Obviously, we weren't here to do it, so we're going to slowly work our way through everything that we owe you, because what kind of monsters would we be if we tried, incentivized you to raise your hard-earned money for a charity and then me to not deliver on my promises. So I know a lot of you have been like, Jeremy, you don't have to do this. Yes, I do. I absolutely do. And so $40,000 was the goal, and the reward was to drink a liver and onion smoothie. And so an hour before the podcast, I made some liver and onions. It's currently sitting in my fridge. I'm going to blend it here on stream and drink as much of it as I could possibly do. We did not do the karaoke yet. I still owe you a plunge into icy water. We're going to do a hot one stream at some point. Karaoke. We're all going to wear overalls, aka the Benito Jones outfit. I'm going to go grocery shopping in yoga pants. We did do the gory movie. That's the one thing that we did. We watched Jigsaw on stream, which was absolutely horrible. And then Chris will also do a live stream. I'm also going to make sure that everything is delivered. Most of the stuff has been delivered in terms of your rewards. Like everything, the raffle stuff has been sent out. We're working on the Movember shirts, but I believe everything else has been delivered. If you haven't gotten something, please let me know. I do not want that to slip through the cracks. So, I think we're caught up. I have, let me read alerts real quick and then we'll get to it. I hate to drag this out because it's already late and you guys want Eric in on this? He just messaged me saying he's more than welcome to join. I did close out the Zoom call, but we can get Eric in here if you guys want. Mythrandler, thank you for the 34 months. Subscribe to the channel. David Reinford, thank you for the 100 bits. Says the Packers are afraid of modded Nick the Greek. Fair. Dr. Avatar, thank you for the 4 months. Nick the Greek, 1 bit. Uncle T-Rav, 1 bit. Nick the Greek, 1 bit. Nick the Greek, 1 bit. Booze and Bub, 21 months, says, let's go. Welcome back. You superstars, much love, and you missed y'all. Booze and Bub then gifted a sub. Trevor Van, 31 months, says, back just like Eminem. Good to see you again, bud. Constrictor, 40 months. Okay, we'll bring Eric in a minute here. Nick the Greek 100 bits says Vox. No, we're not going to read that. I'm sorry. Nick the Greek 100 bits says, can you do a poll on what name and number I should get for Chris? What are your ideas? I'll throw a poll up there. And then Zero Slub or O Slub, thank you for the 8 months subscribed to the channel. And we are caught up, at least on Twitch. I have to figure out a way to bring YouTube chat and alerts up on the screen that I have. All right, let me send an invite to Eric. Okay. There we go. All right. Once Eric comes up here, you guys can go say hi to him, and I will grab the smoothie ingredients. In case you didn't hear the announcement, Eric and I will be live tomorrow night at 7 p.m. doing our midweek mailbag. Oh, you're not on screen. Hold on. And you're also not Chris Perfett. Boom. Hey, buddy.
Hello. How are you?
Good, bud.
I imagine that
Come here.
that answer is going to be very different in about 5 minutes.
Definitely. Oh, okay. Bring in one more Zazu cameo before we get go. Look how excited the chat is. What liquid are you putting in? I vote milk. Absolutely not. I believe I have beef bone broth, which seems like it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay.
Add some salt into that thing too.
That's right. But, all right, I'll give you the last.
I think chat needs or deserves to know that we offered you in Slack multiple ideas on how to make it less painful on yourself, and you were adamant that you were not going to. Yeah, you were very adamant. I mean, like, people were like, you should go to a butcher and get like a fresh one. It's going to be it would be less, toxic. Is that the right word? But you were like, no, we're going to make this rough.
That wasn't the motivation. The motivation was, why would I go out and spend like $20 on a nice liver if I'm just going to throw it in a blender with some onions and some bone broth?
But like, I think
beef liver.
I think there's a testament to the character of you sticking true to the punishment and not trying to make it too easy on yourself. Like,
sure.
You definitely were like, I'm gonna buy like the worst stuff there is and then consume it.
Yeah, it was. Well, that part of the motivation there was also convenience. Like I just went to a Kroger and got frozen beef livers.
I'm trying to make you look good here, man. I'm doing my best.
But like I prepared it like I think in the I've never even had liver and onions, period. But like I think I prepared it in the proper way. Like I grilled the onions, put those aside. I did like a layer of flour on the beef liver, melted some butter, threw it in the skillet, both sides.
It's very interesting the lengths you'll take to try and do something properly, yet completely skimp out on like buying, taking the extra money to make it taste.
I'm elaborate but cheap. That's what you're trying to say. And you're not wrong.
It's a very interesting peek into the character of the person that you are.
All right, I'm going to go get everything, and I'm hoping that plugging in the blender to my hub that has a million things in it isn't going to break everything and shut down, and I don't think it should.
Do you need to blend it on screen? I know you maybe you could just show I mean, I don't want if you short circuit this whole stream, people are going to be very upset.
I don't care. It's happening. We're doing it. All right, entertain the people for a minute here.
All right. What's up, folks? I was in and out today of the chat. I saw a bunch of well wishes, and I appreciate all of that. I'm happy to be back. It's different being on the Twitch stream as opposed to just sitting behind a microphone in a dark garage recording the podcast, right? So yeah, I missed it. I missed the camera. I got to get my lights back, so I apologize for glare and stuff. But yeah, we got some exciting stuff planned. Training camp a couple days away, and all those post practice podcasts are going to be. They're always a blast, and so I'm excited to get to do those again with Jeremy. And video, going to be videos. Right. Last time they were just podcasts. This one's it's going to be videos because we get to do because it's for the newsletter. So we're going to try a different element. Should be lots of fun. I like how Zazu almost got you off the hook there and just snagged it.
No, it was far away from him. I'm making sure he's nowhere close. We'll still be recording from the Raceman recording room, though. And it'll still be the Raceman recording room for the time being.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know when they're doing someone was asking that earlier in the stream, and we were in the middle of the segment. I would assume it's towards the end of camp rather than the beginning, but I don't know that for sure.
I'm thinking it might be that first week because remember the acclimation process in that first week is slow, and so everything's a little bit light.
Well, why don't we get an acclimation period? I'm going to need an acclimation. I need an acclimation period more than Terry and Arnold does.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of us that need a lot more than acclimation, but that's horrible. It won't be Saturday unless they want to embarrass us in front of the season ticket holders. So I'm guessing Friday.
There you go. This is way too much food, by the way. I don't know why I did this much.
Yes, it is. Again, just why don't you buy a smaller piece that you could have Oh, I'm very excited for this. Those onions look terrible, by the way.
No, the onions are good. Oh no, you can't have onions.
But they look like they're like soggy and stuff.
Well, yeah, because they've been in the fridge for 3 hours.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like they're not.
I'm also not sure. Like, is that not cooked enough? I don't know. Whatever.
Let me see.
It looks a little red.
You're all right. You're gonna be good.
I mean, I'm not like I'm gonna eat it, so I might as well throw everything in here. It probably would it be better warm? I don't know if that's true or not. Look how much meat's in there.
Oh, it 100% would have been better warm.
A warm drink like that though, like to eat, obviously. To drink, I don't know. So we got
I
some
don't
bone
know.
broth.
Why are you drinking it again, as opposed to just eating it?
Get the frick down because it's grosser.
Oh,
People
okay. All right.
eat liver and onions. Nobody drinks it.
Yeah, I bet the dog will eat it.
Yeah, the dog will eat anything, as you have witnessed.
I asked Harper if
That's enough.
how many chips
Get the frick
Zazu
down.
got.
How many
How many
bags
chip-
worth of chips?
How many? I said, how many chips did he get? Like, be honest. And she's like, oh, not that many. And she goes, oh, do you mean Cheetos too? And I'm like, yeah. She's like, oh yeah, a lot then.
We'll do a little more. All right, that seems like enough. All
Wait a
right,
minute. Show it one more time. The amount of broth you put in. All right. Okay.
I'll do you guys the honor of muting so you don't have to hear the blender. But you guys got to see it. Let's be honest. This is part of the fun. There you go. All right, I'll mute it for you too, Eric. Mike.
I hope this doesn't cancel the stream. We tend to go on road trips when we can. It's just not always often conducive to what we want to do. That looks horrible, by the way. Like horrible. I hope there's not like you got to make sure there's no chunks. You got to liquefy that thing, Jeremy. Like liquefy. You don't want to be trying to drink chunks. There's some ice in that thing, man. Oh, jeez, oh, Pete's. I, I, I don't think it's making it better. I really, I don't. Um. Oh, look at it stick to the side. Just sticking to the side of the blender like that is
The real tell is going to be the
helping.
pour. The pour I'm extremely nervous about.
If it comes out in chunks, man, you may have to retire.
All right, moment of truth here.
Oh no, there's chunks. There's chunks in there.
There's definitely some chunks.
God, oh, there's a lot. Why are you so boring?
Look,
Oh my God. Just in your head, you have to think like milkshake. This is when he switches him camera. Chat. This is when he's under the table swing.
This is actually just chocolate milk. Oh well, you actually can't see the.
No, you can see the chunks. I can clearly see the chunks when you held it up like that. And you're not. It's not a straw. You're just like you're
Should
just
I do
gonna
a straw?
gulp it?
Is a straw better or worse?
No, I mean, do you have to eat? Do you have to drink the whole thing?
There's a 0% chance I'm going to drink this whole thing.
Yeah,
I'm going to try to drink as much as
agree
I
with
can,
that.
though.
I mean, the straw is going to slow you down, but I also figure it's less that you have to consume. But I mean, this way you're going to get the chunks just direct. You're going to get the chunks from the jump.
Look at this gross.
No, I don't understand. You put more in your cup than you have left in the container. Look at the variance from where it was to like the chunks at the top of the blender is disgusting. Look at the top of the blender compared to like the smoothie, like the all right, buddy.
I've made a huge mistake.
You this is now just registering.
Yeah. It took me a while. Oops. Yeah. I'm getting distracted by other things because I don't want to do this. Like the fact that our sub count is not automatically updating. We're at 390. Which is crazy, but
this is the same thing I did with the dishes last night. finding
right.
ways to distract
I'm just-
myself so I don't have to do dishes.
I'm delaying until there are 0 viewers, and then I just leave.
I'm actually going. We should probably say like liver and smoothie. We should probably post it on social
Oh,
media.
you want to tweet it before I start drinking it?
No, I want you to just get this over with because I'm uncomfortable with how you're going to do this.
Here's what I'm like. We did like the mozzarella stick smoothie way back when. And the problem with that one was that it was a mixture of flavors that didn't belong together because we did like milk and mozzarella sticks and marinara sauce, and it just like it was a mess. My hope is that like there are enough likewise flavor profiles.
Did you season this at all?
A little bit.
Or is
There
it
was
just like
some salt? Salt
No
plus
pepper?
well, plus this. No pepper.
Dude.
The chunks though. The chunks are going to be
Yeah, dude, that's the hardest part. That's the puke part.
the texture,
Mm-hmm.
the mouth feel.
You're not helping your cause.
No, but I'm very much just trying to. I don't even know what I'm doing. It doesn't matter how long I talk. People got all night.
I'm trying not to like say words that will make it harder on you. But I
did
feel
not
like you're
soak it in
just
milk.
doing it instead.
I did not soak it in milk. Is that a thing? Soaking livers in milk?
Some people I don't know if it's I've seen people soak stuff in milk before. I don't do it, but other people do. Like pork, you can soak in milk before you bread it and stuff like that, but not I don't know about liver. All right, man, you're gonna have to buckle up here and just do it.
Chat.
Oh God.
For raising $40,000.
$40,000.
You psychos. If you make
That's
it
what
50, who knows what I'll do this year. Down the hatch.
Oh, don't leave it in your mouth. Swallow it. You just have to push through it, man.
It is so chunky. Oh. Oh.
Do you have a? You should throw it back in the blender and liquefy it or something. Like I don't know what setting you went up to, but holy cow!
At first, I thought the flavor was fine, and then I was like, "Oh no, this isn't fine."
What's the worst? What's the worst part?
It's
The chunks or the flavor?
It's like it's the chunks. It's like it's this chalky consistency with just pieces of onion.
Do you is it like sticking to your mouth or anything? Like any of the chunk
I'm
pieces?
literally chewing onion right now.
Is it in your teeth?
No, it's not.
Are you gonna like?
No.
Are you gonna like taste it later? Are you gonna wake up at like 3 a.m. and there's gonna be like
you're
onion
twisting.
coming out?
I just realized you're not asking legitimate questions. You're just trying to twist the knife right now.
No. Okay, all right. I'll ask legitimate questions.
I'm definitely going in for a second. Like that was. I'm not gonna let.
Oh
that be.
yes.
I think my goal. You can't even see it. It's right here now. I'm gonna try to get halfway.
Oh, that's like at least two more big swallows then.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get halfway.
So,
Oh god, the burps. Yeah,
yeah. Well,
they're gonna be bad.
you're not gonna be able to get rid of that.
I think the
either.
worst part too is like I'm legitimately hungry right now. Like I want to eat something good.
Here's the deal. If you eat something after this, I don't think you're going to ruin that. Like you like if you have this and then you eat like, I don't know, a hamburger, the hamburgers will never taste the same for you ever again. So whatever you plan on eating after this, you have to pick something that's you can drop out of the rotation, right?
like a salad. Just like a salad.
Yeah. I think you should drink a Coke. Pull the John Brown.
That's right.
Just have a Coke, man.
Chip go.
It'll fix everything.
Pick you right up.
Mm-hmm. Easy
Zazu is
peasy.
very interested in this.
Oh, he
He would die.
I bet
though. He can't eat
he would
onions.
drink.
Dogs can't eat onions.
All right, it's true. You should have left a piece for him. Poor guy, just sitting there smelling. Oh God. You tried to muscle through a little bit more than you probably should have, I think. Don't spit it out though. Whatever you do, you don't want to be cleaning this out of your keyboard.
I need to. Let me take the. I can't take this off. Can you? How do I?
Oh. Oh.
There's a grimy piece there too. It's down to there. I think I can do it in one more gulp. There's literally like a piece of gristle. It's so gross.
Dude, you didn't blend it. Like I thought you blended a long time, but
It's not the
man.
greatest blender, to be completely honest.
See, again, this is what I find fascinating about how you approach situations.
Just call me an idiot, all right?
I'm gonna buy some cheap meat, chop up really nice onion.
That was not a real nice onion.
Mix it all together.
It is starting to get stuck in my teeth now.
See, I apologize for putting that thought in your head. Front teeth, back teeth, all teeth.
Oh.
Yeah. So, tops, bottoms, all your teeth is just all over the place.
I put too much liquid in it?
Mm.
I would think
I don't know.
that would have the opposite effect. Glad you're enjoying this, Burchella. That makes one of us.
All right. Well, describe the flavor.
I mean, it's very much what I expected it to taste like. It's very liver and onionsy. I mean,
It doesn't help.
how many
All right,
people?
if
How many people in the chat actually like liver and onions?
let's say I'm unfamiliar with liver. What does that taste like?
Just like
Salty,
yeah.
gamey.
It's definitely gamey too, but it's like a meat. I mean, it has that kind of like umami-ish meat taste.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get a lot of bitter. It's very salty,
Yeah.
and I imagine
That's the broth, though.
the broth.
Too.
Yeah, the broth has 240 milligrams of sodium in a cup, and I probably threw more than a cup in there. Oh, there's the burps. They're already coming.
Oh, that's not good. Yeah. You don't want that. You don't want
That first sip. I don't know if it came through on the camera, but there was definitely a gag in there somewhere.
I was more worried on the second one because I was worried it was going to like keyboard like and you're going to be cleaning it out of your like honestly if you take a sip and you like can't drink it and you spit it out and it lands on your computer you're just getting a new computer.
This is a brand new keyboard. I bought it for Amazon Prime Day. If I spit all over it, it's
Gone.
It's done.
You throw it in the trash and you start over, or you send it back to Bezos and you'd be like, dude, this thing came with liver and onions spit up all over it. That's the
But here's
craziest
the
thing. I took it out of the package. It smelled. There was chunks.
But Bezos owns Twitch. He knows.
Well, I was just kidding. Yeah, that's ugh. Don't ruin anything that you have on your desk, man. Because, like, do you have a writing mat, like a mat that you put your computer on and stuff? Like I have a mat
Keyboard?
that, like, no, well, like I have a full Lions mat underneath my stuff. Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah, keyboard and a mouse mat.
Because if it gets on that, that's ruined too. Like you don't want to spill it on that.
Yeah, no, you can see the wonderful smoothie too.
Oh God. It's the excess on the sides that
Yeah. Oh yeah.
really
That
makes
stuff right
me
there.
uncomfortable.
That looks like a hotel room blue light under a blue light. The hotel room, a seedy hotel room walls under a blue light.
Isn't it a black light? The
Black
light,
light.
you
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah. Whatever. Blue light is the.
Yeah, that's for your glass. That's the computer.
That's right.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what, you're almost at your goal. So I think it might be time to try to take another one.
Thanks for pushing the issue.
You're welcome. I'm gonna have my little set of my burners over here.
You want to tell people about the 53-man roster we're dropping tomorrow?
In my division champs
All right.
koozie that Morgan got me.
I'm sure whatever is in that is slightly more tasty than what I'm drinking. Oh.
Michigan own.
A good old Vernon's.
Mm-hmm. I finished my part, and Zach edited it, and I scheduled it for the morning, so you don't have to do anything. You're all set. I took care of John's as well, or Zach, same process. Zach edited, and I scheduled John's.
What's John's question today? I haven't looked at it yet.
Which Lions player which drafted Lions player may not make the roster this year? Because so far, every Lions player has made the roster except for Chase Lucas, who is now in San Francisco. And so John's like, hey, will there be another one that was drafted that doesn't make the roster this year? It's a good question.
I think one answer is very clear.
He picked two players, actually.
Dustin
One of
Whitehead.
them was a player. We'll say that again.
Dustin Whitehead in our chat is all over the first one.
That's one.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one. There was another one that we debated that I don't think is as popular of a choice, but maybe I'll be wrong. But we debated it in our 53.
There's a couple. There's a couple that, like James Mitchell, I would say is in danger. James Houston, a little bit in danger. Levi Onwuzurike, a little bit.
Not to spoil it, but John said, if it's going to happen, these 8 guys are the most likely guys it could happen to. But then ended up saying it's probably just going to be these 2, if it happens. Right. So,
Woodchuck Hunter wants you to whisper to him about Brian Branch.
You mean one of the best players on the entire roster, and he's only in his second year, and you're going to get an expansion of his duties, so he never has to leave the field? Brian Branch, arguably one of the best slot players in the entire league already. Yeah, I'm excited about that.
He must have cracked our top 10, right? I don't want you to answer and spoil it, but I have to imagine he cracked our top 10 this year.
He did for me.
He did for me.
I can tell you he was up there for me. I'll even tell you where if I can find it real fast.
I have it.
I think, I think you had him ranked higher than me, if I'm not mistaken. Which I was really shocked about because I am Mr. Brian Branch.
You technically amongst the 11 us. Had him the lowest.
Get out of town.
It's true.
See, maybe this is my. I think this might be my trying to work against my own bias.
Yeah, you're too self-conscious, and that you're just like, it's the same thing with Michigan players. Like you overcompensate to pretend that you're not biased.
Mm-hmm. I try not to be. I think I try to rank. Yeah.
I am 100% delaying here, but I am also very curious.
Yes.
Chat, who is your top? Rank your top 5 Lions on the team right now.
I think 4 are very easy.
Yes, I agree. But I do think that number 2 spot was hotly debated in our staff.
I need to look at the chart. I'm going to find it.
Give me all 5. I want to see them. Don't do one at a time. I want to give me your 5.
All right, I found it. You think number 2 was debated?
Yes.
No. All right, I'm starting. to see it
look
now,
at him. Yeah.
I don't know. All right.
I mean, look at the chat. I don't think anyone has mentioned someone that was in contention for 2 for a lot of people.
Well, people are starting to remember now.
Interesting. All right.
I think most people have the 5.
Most.
Or pretty close.
I would say
there was a universal number 1 though.
That's not going to be a surprise.
Yeah.
All right. Interesting.
The one I was a bit surprised about, because I do think the 2, 3, 4 are kind of like what I expected.
Yeah.
5 though. 5 was a little. I wasn't quite sure where that was going to end up, and I think. Oh, year 5. Yeah, you went chalk. You went 1 through 5.
Yeah, my top 5 are the top 5. I didn't realize that until looking at it now.
My number 5 ended up a little bit lower. Mm-hmm.
I did not have.
But it's interesting because like 5 through 7 are all close.
My number 8 did not make the top 10, which I think was an oversight from you guys, but that's okay.
5 through 8 are all close. Wait, who's your? Oh, you're number 8.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I love him, but he's a little older, and I preferred the younger upside guys. And like the top under 25.
Yeah. But the way I treat this list, though, is where they are right now.
I think that's the trick, is that we all have different parameters.
Right.
Well,
but I kind of like keeping it that way. Like it makes
Mm-hmm.
makes the list a little bit more interesting. I know everyone wants
universality.
Yeah.
I like to look. I like projecting the value of the player, which includes how good they are right now, plus how good they are later, which is why I tend to pick younger players. Whereas you have a different value system than me, and then John predicts guys on a completely different set of, like, he picks them based on like their replacements, right? Like he looks at them as they're more valuable if their replacement is not as good as,
right.
And so that's a completely different way of looking at it. So
golf is a popular topic in our chat right now, and understandably so.
Sure.
I feel like every single year we've done this, people have complained where we've put golf.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they will again.
You think so?
A little bit. I don't think I think it's right around.
Well, let me put it this way: the first 4 players are like real close in one tier, and then the next 4 players are real close in that tier, right? And then it kind of goes like that. After that, there's another tier of like 4 players that are all really close. So it's and he, I think, is in the correct tier.
I agree. I think I also do this list in, like, I try to think comparatively to their position.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if this guy is at the top of his position, he deserves to be at the top of the list, as long as the position isn't punter. Long snapper.
The first thing I did was look. I'm like, all right, who are the all pros? You know what I mean? Like, boom, 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 and then like, okay, then let's look at your Pro Bowlers, and I think that kind of adds in what you're talking about.
Duck Lion, shut up.
Oh.
Why do you think I brought him on? I know he's going to talk forever.
We know what your goal is. I mean, all 126 people are just sitting there saying, all right, he's just delaying the delay.
You can kind of see where it is.
No, you can't see.
Yeah, like right there. You can see it.
No, dude, that is the background.
It's the background. You can see it right there. I don't want to reveal any other things about our list, but tomorrow will be 11 through 20, and then Tuesday will be the top 10. So you'll see it all then. I'm sure you guys, if you could figure out who are in the top 20 just by process of elimination. But okay. Here's the thing. I don't know how to turn off my green screen because I'm using the same program for my green screen that I am streaming. And so I feel like I have to go to a different page on that streaming software to change my green screen. And I don't know if that's going to shut down the stream. So I'm not going to do that. As much as it does make sense to do. All right. I'm not going to tell you where Laporte is.
You could actually just use like, a normal cup as well instead of just the green screen cup.
Well, I'm not going to transfer it now. That's going to be gross.
I'd like to see you transfer it. All right.
Do you really want that?
No. Drink
Do you
those
really
chunks.
want that?
Drink the chunks, man. Drink your porridge. God, I can see the chunks in the glass from the angle you're holding it at now,
right
and it bothers me.
How's that make you feel? Just take the chunk and put it in my mouth.
I'm not looking. Go ahead. Do it. Why are you putting it in your mouth like that? Like you're letting it just resonate there. That's gotta make it worse, man.
There's a huge piece. Oh, it reminds me a little of meatloaf, and I hate
Meatloaf.
I hate meatloaf.
Well, I think that could just be a little transference
guys,
there.
I understand why it looks gross that I'm holding it in my mouth, but I cannot swallow it while it's entering my mouth. I just can't do it. It's so chunky and weird and gross. Oh, God. Just these little pieces that are like they're horrible. I can't even chew them. What's that dot? See that dot right there? What's that?
It's on the screen, on the picture, maybe.
Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I have OCD.
It's a chunk of liver stuck on the camera.
Oh, God.
Oh,
What the fuck is that? God. I'm about a halfway, chat. Like, I don't... Oh!
oh, gosh.
Look at that.
Oh, it looks like you got most of the chunks out. That's great.
You can see it now. That's about half. All right, if someone gives 5 subs, I'll do one more.
Dude, you know me. I tuned in earlier, and you had there was like a million people just like throwing subs out. It was impressive.
We did have.
It was awfully impressive.
I mean, I don't know what we started out at, but I think it was like 250, 240.
People or
no
subs?
subscribers, and we're at 391 now.
Oh, I saw 390. I saw 319 when I was on earlier. So there's a lot.
I'm not going to chug the rest.
You can do it. I have confidence in you. You're not gonna feel like you did a great job, or you're not gonna feel like fulfilled unless you finish it.
If anyone has been around for the mozzarella stick smoothie, I'm doing a way better job.
Look. Yeah, I'm trying to help you get through this. I have confidence that you can do it. Because look, just think of how you just feel more complete, and fulfilled that you completed.
I don't know what psychological trick you're trying to do right now, but it's not working.
There's no psychological trick. It's just your endorphins will fire more if you complete the task in front of you. It's just See?
JB.
JB knows what's up. JB knows
Thank
that.
you for the 5 gifted subs.
JB knows what's up. Like what JB just did there is JB just helped you get through this last bit, because right now
He just paid for my hospital bill is what he did.
no, but see, like right now you're not you're feeling down. You're using your tongue to get the chunks out of your teeth, but like now you're gonna finish that glass.
No,
and when you finish that glass and you put it down, you're gonna feel good.
No.
And you're going to have
Nope.
they're gonna go off in your head, and you're gonna be like, you're gonna have a sense of accomplishment. You're gonna feel good.
Dustin.
It's great.
Dustin has this on lock. He's absolutely right.
Oh, what does Dustin say? Look, I have video of my daughters beating the crap out of me with eggs. So, and I remember,
We watched a clip of that.
Nice.
Today. You said something funny. I can't quite remember what it was, but it was something like,
It's not a little bit in my pants. It's a lot in my pants.
Yep, that's the exact clip it was.
Yeah. I remember that one.
No, I would suck at Fear Factor because, in all honesty, like, I do have a strong gag reflex, and I know I've done a lot on stream, and I'm doing it because I know that's going to have maximum reaction out of me. Like, I have a high pain tolerance. I don't know. Like, some of the stuff I can do, but eating, like, there's a reason why I'm dragging this shit out. It's hard.
But that's, you just got to put your head down, get through it,
There's the clip.
There it is.
I do still owe probably
I
another
think
few spins on the Wheel of Pain, too. I don't know if we'll get to those or not, but
I think you would rather eat a raw egg than finish that drink off. If I'm not, like, you do
Probably,
that 100%. Yeah.
But, like, that's also a texture thing. Like, that's super weird. I've never done that. I know.
I have. It's slimy, but it's not. You don't have to, like, choke it down or, like, fish it out of your teeth.
Yeah. What is that true? No way that's true, Woodchuck Hunter.
What?
He says he eats 12 raw eggs a day.
Rocky did. Remember Rocky?
You remember Rocky?
It's all protein.
One more. It's all, I'm starting to feel it in my stomach. One more.
Hold on 1 second, though. Before you go, are you going to attempt to cash the whole thing?
No.
Oh, I didn't think there was that much left.
There's half of it left.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's right there. I'm not.
Oh, you haven't even done half yet then.
I have done half. Goal. That is half. Right there.
No, but you didn't fill it up all the way. You
filled
it
but
up like...
this is a conical shape. There is more in this half than there is in this half. That's how volume works.
I still think your goal was lower on that cup than where you're at now. But
no, I said half. No, I did not say 5 gifted subs and I'll finish it. I said I'll do one more for 5 gifted subs. Go watch the tape. This is the only guy that said I should finish it. I'm not finishing it.
Well, here's the thing. I think you can. I believe in you. This is like you're like John Candy in The Great Outdoors. Like you're taking the old 40-ouncer down, man. Like you got the grizzling fat, and you're just knocking it down, man. Right? And so I think you don't take too much in this next gulp, though. That's the thing. Like if you do, then you're not going to be motivated to finish it, which you will want to do to get those
Eric,
endorphins.
I don't know what you think is going to happen, but nothing is going to motivate me to finish this. Nothing.
Oh, I have confidence in you, man. I have confidence that you can do it.
This is such
a
bullshit side of you.
If you drink too much now, though, you're not gonna like
this. Like
as much.
This whole supportive Eric,
yeah,
is not real. I want everyone to know this is not real. He is not like this at any point ever, unless I'm doing something painful to myself.
I'm trying to help you, man.
Just stop it. Stop it.
I believe in you.
I
We believe in you. See?
If you guys would have been at the party last night, just getting it from Eric and his wife all night, just and you know what? His middle daughter too.
My daughter dropped the hammer on you at the end.
Absolutely,
Was,
the worst.
Yeah, it
was
worse
cute.
than mine. Worse than anything I did. But okay, keep on task. Keep focused. Just not too much in this next sculpt because you don't want to kill your
Yeah,
motivation.
because it's going to be my last sculpt. So if I just take a small one, it's not going to be bad. And then I'll be done.
Don't try and swallow this time. Don't change up your strategy though, because if you change up your strategy, something bad will happen. So just keep your strategy the way you've been doing it, and just don't overdo it, because that you don't want to do that. But you do you do the right amount, same strategy, you'll be able to rally and go again.
This is the worst. I'm
sorry,
sip.
man. I'm sorry. All right, second to last sip.
No, stop it.
Oh, the mustache. Don't overdo it. Take your time. You just let it be there. Did you bring a napkin?
No.
Nope. Why you don't need a napkin? Just wipe it on the shirt.
Just wipe it on this Lions roster that's hanging around.
Oh yeah, paper, the ultimate napkin. So, I feel like you threw yourself off a little bit there.
It was just
a little bit. You're in your head.
Jesus Christ!
You're
An anonymous
in your
gifter
head,
just
man.
dropped 50 gifted.
50. Well, now you have to finish.
Shut up! No, this was not part of.
Dude, that was 50. That's 10 times more than what you were talking about for one. 50 might mean you might need to get a refill. You might need to put the rest of it in.
I like how whoever gifted 50 subs went anonymous, so that I can't be mad at them for now pressuring me to drink more of this.
Dude, 50. You have to reward that. That's insane.
And here's the thing too, like, unfortunately during our hiatus, Twitch upped the price for subscriptions.
Oh.
It's $6 now instead of $5.
Yep. Still free on Amazon.
Still free on Amazon if you have Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
It's always a good reminder. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch account and subscribe to us for free, and we still get the same cut of it. Is that going to go through every single person who got a sub? Why didn't it do the 50? Like, are we going to get an alert for every single individual sub here? What happened to the 50 gifted? Oh my God, this is going to... We don't need to listen to that a million times. I'm just going to turn the alert.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest. With 50, you have to finish the cup, and I won't push for the refill.
No.
But
what the
cup,
refill?
Look, I mean, 50, that really, it's 10 times the amount of one sip. And so you have a little bit left in there. That would have definitely like equated out to 10 times. I mean, maybe not totally, but I think
you know what? We're going to pause this for a second. And we're going to do a quick demonstration.
Okay.
Of how to subscribe using Twitch Prime. So we're going to go to my friend Cortilli. I think I have not used my Twitch Prime. I don't know why it's moving so slow. But you hit resubscribe. This is it. First thing you have to do is connect your Twitch and your Amazon Prime in your settings. So you just go to settings. Down here, and then you just link your Amazon account. I shouldn't have to walk you through that. Oh, I guess I have used it. But there'd be like a drop down here. It says it'd be like subscribe for free or use your Twitch Prime.
There's a little checkbox.
Yeah.
You just have to hit the checkbox.
Yeah, it says I did use it because it says my Prime subscription will be not. But that's how you do it. Anyways, it's free. You should do that if you have it. Can I turn my alert box back on? Anyways, Anonymous, thank you again for that. Not sure why the big bomb didn't go off. It's because it's gone off on the stream earlier, right? When people give subs? Whatever. I'll do 2 more.
Well,
I'll do 2 more, and that
will
doesn't
2 more
guarantee
finish the cup?
I don't know. I'm here. It's gonna be close.
I think you're going to feel a lot better if you finish it, though, because honestly,
Just so you know, everything you're saying right now is going in one ear and out the other. I'm not trusting a single thing you say.
No, but I look, let's be honest. Like you ever have like a to-do list and you get that last to-do list crossed off, you get that sense of completion. You feel really like satisfied with what you've accomplished. That's where you're at, man. That is where you're at. Look, let's put it this way. If we really wanted to, if we really wanted to make it bad, we'd make you get a spoon, finish it off, and then scoop the chunks out that are at the bottom with the spoon. But we're not doing that. We're not pushing.
Okay.
We're not.
First
we're not
of all,
psychopaths.
you can't make me do anything.
Oh, okay. I agree. Okay, I agree with you. You have to want to be better. That's what it is.
Fuck you. I still have to write the entire newsletter in time for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Now I'm distracted. Now I want to know if everyone got their bubble watch it.
I'll check. You
Can you tell
fill
the people who
glass
only
back
did
up.
offense to
Okay.
do their defense too?
Sure. There are. Looks like 3 people that didn't do it, but they may not do it. And then there are. There's just one more that needs to do both offense and defense. So if the 3 aren't doing it, we're okay, but I'll have to remind the other person. All right.
What's up, Caleb? Thanks for dropping by. You kind of made it in time. I've drank this much, and I'm not gonna drink this much, but I'm probably gonna drink like this much.
You're gonna do it all. I have confidence in you.
See, but here's the thing: like now you're giving me more motivation not to do it because I don't want you to win.
Oh no, that's not winning. If I were to win, I would make you do all like the rest of the glass. Like I'm already compromising. Like let's okay. I think you can do it.
What are we gonna do for Movember this year?
Oh.
God, it's like even more chunky the further we get down, which makes sense because it like sinks to the bottom. I'm sure.
Well, yeah, but like, look, I'm not telling you to get a spoon. I'm not making you pour a refill or anything. Like these are 2 big compromises. There were 50 subs. This is.
I had to mute him. I had to. I'm sorry. This whole like soft voice he's doing is killing me. It's not who he actually is, and it's like
What are you talking about?
You're
This
playing
is
a character, and it's driving me crazy.
This is my supportive friend rule.
Oh God, who let you in here?
Hey man, it'd be much harder if you were trying to do this by yourself. Like I'm just trying to pat you on the back and help you get that liver out of your teeth. It's probably not even the liver that's in your teeth. It's probably the onions, which is really better.
Okay, that is
to be
definitely
honest.
not helpful. What you're talking about now. One of two left. Here we go.
Are you chewing it?
A little bit.
Mm. Do you have to, or could you just like?
Kind
Do you
of.
think it helps to chew it, or would it be better just to like a shot?
I don't like not chewing viscous things. I don't know. We're down to there.
Yeah, I feel like your sips are getting smaller, so I understand that you're not progressing as much, but it's just gonna make it a little harder for you to finish it. But I have
I'm
confidence.
not finishing. I'm sorry. I'm not finishing. I can't.
50 subs.
Stop it.
$40,000.
You guys are gonna feel so guilty when I'm having my stomach pumped in an hour.
The nice thing is that you'll be ready to go for Wednesday, so it'll be great. I have full confidence. Actually, I forgot we have to do this tomorrow, don't we? So you'll be fine by tomorrow. You'll be fine.
Maybe this is, you know what? This is your motivation. You're trying to kill me. You just want to take my throne.
Yes, I need a podcast for him to an outlet. Hello.
Good night, Daddy.
Good night, sweetheart. Say goodnight to Jeremy. He got home safe. She was very happy to see that you got home safe. Did you see that?
It's good. It's good news. She already saw me earlier today.
Oh yeah, I forgot we talked earlier today. Too.
We sure did. Did
All right.
I get all the alerts? Oh, that didn't even update on my activity feed. That's weird.
I think the key here is just to just rally. Just go right back to it.
Like stuck in the back of my throat now.
That's okay because like the liquid will just wash it right back down.
And then the new solids will take its place.
No, not if you no. Those have sunk to the bottom. You're all right.
Who wants to see Zazu again, guys? Huh?
No. That poor dog needs to you didn't even save any for the dog.
Agreed, Justin.
We'll go get some water. If that'll help you.
It probably will help. I just like the thing I want to do as soon as it's just brush the shit out of my teeth. That's what I want to do. Mouthwash.
Sure. I'll tell you what, would it be beneficial to go mouthwash right now? Or do you think it would be
No, the next one is gonna be brutal.
okay? All right. So then, like, look, you know your strategy. Then you just gotta keep.
Chat's
going
being
down
a
this-
real asshole right now. Can I say?
They are. I've only seen them be very supportive.
Oh God, here it is. This innocent. I'm getting water.
I think it's probably a good strategy, to be honest, to get some water. I think I can get him to finish it. I don't know. I'm towing the line right between pushing too hard and him not wanting me to win, like he suggested earlier, but also like, how's the water? Is that helping?
A little bit. Imagine if I had put it in this glass from the get go.
I'm telling you that people would have enjoyed that.
I wasn't thinking.
That's all right. Question: what about putting some water into your mix to make it a little bit more like easier to consume? No,
It's
Okay.
it's gonna be more liquid to drink. It's gonna take me longer to finish.
True. But if it's more
It's
liquefied,
diluted.
it'll
You think
be
it'll be
easier.
No.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, don't Cuckoo, you can't do that. You
What's
can't
that?
do that. If Jeremy doesn't finish the season as a wash, you can't do that. You can't do that.
I mean, he already typed it, so
Just like mix some protein powder in there.
I wouldn't mix protein powder, but
I'm not dumping the water in there. That is 100% a bad idea.
no, not a lot. Just
No.
just a
Nope.
little.
Nope.
Okay,
nope,
well, good.
nope.
Use it as a chaser then. Just get another big mouthful and then try and consume it as fast as you can in the water.
Sweet chili sauce.
See what happens.
I don't believe you, Drew. What if I finish it and they don't win the Super Bowl? Then what, chat?
Then we'll know that I didn't push you hard enough.
Ooh, I wouldn't want to ruin kiwi and pineapple. Kiwi and pineapple, elite fruits, by the way. S tier. Eric is the only person I know in the world who buys pineapple juice, and I'm jealous.
I made a pineapple whiskey, this whiskey drink this summer. I enjoyed it.
What if they do and you have to do this every year? No. Chat, you guys need to start coming up with Movember rewards.
Mm.
Because I don't have time to think about it. And
Oh, we got some time. No problems. No, there you go. You're on a time crunch now.
I'm so glad the podcast is back.
Yeah, I'm very proud of you. Nope. Put your hand down. You're all right. Don't even give yourself that option. You got it. You're fine. Yep. Just water. That's you did a great job there.
I'll take some recommendations for charity. I'm not. I have ideas for charities, but I haven't committed to one. It's easier if they're available on Tiltify because they have very easily integratable software. So there is one charity I would like to work with, and I was in talks with this offseason actually to help us out with our NFL Draft Live event. That never happened. But yeah. Can we not do a smoothie next year? How about that as an idea?
Unless they win the Super Bowl. No. Right. That's the asterisk, right?
No.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of alluded to that. Right?
I'm like, now I'm starting to get some sharp pain in the stomach.
Oh no, that's just because you're hungry. You haven't eaten today. Remember, you need to get more
that's not
substance.
You don't
100%.
feel hunger pains.
You don't?
No.
I think that's a common thing. You're probably just hungry.
How much? Like, I'll finish this if you never do this character again. this soft voice. bullshit supportive. What is this, like your dad voice? Is that what this is? What is this?
Oh no. My dad voice is different.
But it feels like you're down on one knee in front of me and be like, "Come on, champ, you can do this."
Well, I mean, however you need to imagine our relationship, that's fine. How much you got left? One sip or two? No, how many? What? One or two?
It's hard to say.
Go, give me an estimate. It's two. If you don't want, if it's hard to say, it's two.
It's right here.
Oh, that's one. Oh, maybe two. That's two. That might be two.
It's probably two. And in case you don't believe me, this is how much progress.
No, I believe you. That's you.
There's a cavern of chunks down there now. Oh.
What I think you got two sips left, probably.
Yeah, I guess that's just another 50 gifted subs.
No, and you've only done three. You've only done three.
I did say I was only going to do more after the 50 gifted, and I did two more.
Right, but look, again, you're right there, man. There are people hanging on to this, and they believe in you.
I would rather do 40 up downs right now than finish this.
Yeah, but no, we don't want to see that. Like let's be honest. This that's no fun. Like that's no fun for anybody. This, I mean, is at least entertaining.
I bet that would be fun. JT Sam says, "Okay, approved."
Well,
I don't know why anyone's hanging around.
The people are coming back, man. I think this is a real testament to people's belief that you can finish a job in front of you.
Stop it.
Fuck
you for trying to make this to be something more than it is.
I'm telling you, man. There's 102 people on that I can looking at here that they're supporting you right now. I thought you were sorry. I thought you were going for the glass.
Nope, that was water.
Oh man, I was very proud of you for a minute there.
Darian Arnold, if he was watching this, would lose all respect that he had for me.
I don't think so. I think, like he's a guy who likes to do things the right way. And so
this voice it's legitimately killing me, Eric.
He's not a guy who's going to like just quit before the job is done. Like that's not in his DNA.
I'd rather eat one of those sour pickle balls right now.
Like a Bean Boozled?
No, I bought these sour. I did one of them for the last stream.
Oh, okay. What about one of those?
That's exactly what it is. It's like he's trying to sell you a timeshare. That is exactly what the vibes that you're giving off.
What about one of those shots that look like they're in a cauldron? You know what I'm talking about?
No.
They're like little. They're like Laura got one for you a couple years ago as a joke. The little shots that they're in like the little like cauldron bowl thing, and it's like, Mike tried one. Come on, man.
I don't know.
I'm blanking on it. Anyway, it was terrible.
John Brown just handed you a Coke.
Dude, do you have a Coke? Do you have a Coke in the house? I think Coke would help you. Might help your stomach your sharp pain. Nope.
fast.
No, dude, you're gonna don't sacrifice your dog because you're worried about being able to finish this.
Oh, the buzz
Mind
balls.
this mind buzzball. Thank you. I think
That's
mind
what
over matter at this
the
point, buddy.
Spirit the Spirit Airline alcohol
The
offering.
the buzzballs were terrible.
They were terrible.
That was the point, though. And look, this is you're gonna just that sense of accomplishment you're gonna have is gonna be great.
Right now, that smoothie has one ass cheek and 3 toes. Beat its ass. Oh
Yep.
God, you're right. I can't have Zazu eat it because of the onions.
Yeah, the onions. Come on, man.
Fuck you! You didn't even know that.
No, you told me earlier. I retained that information.
Ah!
I do think a Coke might help you, though.
I don't have one.
Oh, really?
No.
That's
You,
John
wait,
Brown.
I thought you said you
My-
retained information. I told you that 30 seconds ago.
I thought you meant you didn't want one.
No.
Sorry.
I don't like soda, or I don't carry soda. I don't own soda. Pop.
I don't think a beer would help. It's a good suggestion, but I don't think it would help.
I have. I only have oat milk, water, and strawberry lemonade.
Strawberry lemonade would be pretty good.
My issue I would have is that it's too acidic, and my throat is already feeling very irritated.
How? Why do you think that is? No, I mean, do you think it's like the onions, the smooth? I mean,
It's the sodium.
That's
It's the salt.
this. So how do you counteract that?
I don't fucking know.
Water?
I know scientist.
That's great. That was you held that one up for a while. I'm impressed by. Nope, you're all right. You're all right. You don't need that hand, man. It's see. Don't. I think you can just get that water. Get that water ready.
That was the closest one to throwing up.
Yeah, I know. I think you got a little too much there, but I think your motivation is in the right place though, because you seem determined to get this done now. I think there's one sip left, man.
There's definitely only one sip left.
Yeah, there's one sip. I can't believe you've gone this far. It's so impressive. It's all right.
There's like grease starting to form at the top of this.
That's all right. You don't have to drink that part.
Oh, hi, Chris.
You're getting there, man. I think at this point you got to be feeling like you got to be getting that sense of euphoria, like you can see the finish line. It's not that far away.
That's the exact. You know what the first thing that just came to mind was? Maybe we don't return the podcast. Maybe we're done. Maybe that was a sign. Maybe.
No, man. Listen, you've run. You've started your mile run. You've done 3 and 3/4 laps, and you're getting into that last straightaway. The finish line is right in front of you, and it's hard. This is your gut check time. Like this is where you separate yourself from other podcast hosts, and you say, "Look, nobody is going to outwork me when it comes to charity," and so. I think this is where you separate yourself from everybody else with that last sip. Don't wait too long though. You're in the right mindset.
No, I need to wait after that one. I do not feel good. I need the stomach to attempt to settle. Otherwise,
All right.
I'm going to fill that glass right back up.
You mean with the pitcher?
Yeah, sure. This picture. Right here. Chris, I don't know if I want to bring you in because, quite honestly, I don't want anyone watching this. I want to just cut the stream. Oh, God,
I think
the amount of shit that's in my teeth right now.
that's the water. You gotta get that water going. The numbers are getting larger. People are coming back.
Why? We're
They're
not even
excited.
talking. We haven't talked about Lions football in
Listen,
an hour and
word-
a half.
the word has spread that you're about to accomplish something impressive, and people want to see that. People are inspired by greatness.
I am
So-
not that desperate for attention that I need to do this for people's approval.
No, it's not for approval. It's for accomplishment. It's for
It's
being
for myself?
honorable. No, it's for charity. Don't you remember? That's what this whole thing was about. It's for charity.
No,
You're being
no.
honorable.
Stop it. Stop
I
it.
mean, look, this is the stuff that people are going to talk about for weeks, right? Like they're going to be like, "Hey, remember that time?" This will be
What-
people
okay.
Talk,
I'm motivating the chat to do what? What do you got, chat? What are you going to go out and do if I drink this last?
Gives you the
clip?
power of AI.
Huh? What have I motivated you to do?
take on the world, man. That's what it is.
Be more vague.
That's what it is.
Use salad.
People will be inspired when they go to work today or tonight or tomorrow. They're going to be at their job and they're going to have a task in front of them and they're going to reach an obstacle and they're going to say, what do I do in this situation? And then they're going to remember what you did and it's going to motivate them to complete what's in front of them. This is like, I mean, I'm not saying they're going to make a documentary about this, but
Fucking stop it. This whole thing was a mistake. Everything. Why'd I make 2 steaks? Why did I?
that's a great question.
Why it would have been up? It would have been up to here from the get-go. We would have had it done. I made 2. There's 2 more. What do I do with those 2? I'm not gonna eat it. Like, there's no shot of me ever enjoying liver and onions now. I've destroyed any chance of that.
I think we kind of all accepted that from the outset, right? Like, I'm pretty sure. Like, we knew this was, yeah. So, all right. So, I have confidence that this is a defining moment for you. Yeah.
Can I get Laura instead?
Oh no, she'll yell at you until you do it. Like, it's different.
I'll take that over whatever I'm getting from you right now.
It's fine. I think you can do it. I'm not sure how else to tell you how proud I am.
Stop it. Now I can tell you're being the most you're proud of me.
They're gonna make WWJD bracelets, except it's gonna be Jeremy.
Now you're just stealing
Yep.
from chat. That's rude.
Oh no, that was JB.
Yeah, you stole it.
I'm crediting JB for it. I was trying to roll with it in the moment. All right. It does not take away from my point, though. My point still stands. This is a crossroads in your time
Eric,
as a charity entrepreneur. Like you're setting the tone for people, for charities to come. Like people doing charity.
I will finish this, Eric. If you correctly answer this question. What color is my hair?
It's dark brown.
Cheers.
Good job, buddy. I think we all feel accomplished today. I think you honored what you said you were going to do. Oh, we believe you, man. It's empty. I know. I mean, look, if this was this is not the old 96er. We're not going to make you lick the cup and get the grizzle and fat out of there. I mean, like, you did a great job. That's people will remember this when they donate this coming November. They're going to remember. Yeah, there you go.
I'm not going to do anything this year. You guys just have to donate. No rewards.
No, I think you did great.
All right, I'm going to send this over to you, Eric.
That's fine. I'm sure it'll be good by the time it gets here still. Right?
It's not going to taste any worse, I can tell you that.
Well, I'll tell you what. Look at the response, man. People are inspired.
I hate you so much.
And look at it. And look. There's so many positives right now. You should be feeling a sense of accomplishment.
Nope.
You should be feeling really good.
Definitely not.
Tomorrow you're gonna wake
Physically,
up and you're gonna be like, man, I really did it, and you're gonna be happy. And then like, come November, you're gonna be able to have something to refer back to as being honorable.
No. Come November, the
No,
bar
you're
has
gonna
been
say,
set, and now I have to do better than this.
No. Well, I mean,
Stop.
look,
You don't have to do. Listen, I finished the drink. You don't have to do this anymore. You don't have to pretend like. You don't have to play this character. I feel horrible. I want to jump
all great
right on
leaders
the
make
toilet.
sacrifices.
I haven't. YouTube, are you freaking out over there? Because I
Oh,
still don't have YouTube up.
whew. How you feeling?
It's horrible.
No. I mean, like, emotionally, like, you got to be feeling like great now, right?
Shut up. No. How do I pull up my own stream view channel? There it is. Ugh. Sorry about Nightbot. Nightbot's a little too strict over there. What's up, Easy? I see you over there if you're still there. So much sodium.
Well, look, Lions win the Super Bowl. I mean, you may have found the ticket. You may have got that golden ticket.
Put me at the front of the goddamn parade at this point.
All right. You can drive the buggy.
Sodium-free broth. Smart.
I think also one liver instead of two.
Do I just throw this in the trash? Like,
no,
can I use this blender ever again?
Personally, I think you could pour it right back into that cup and two more swigs, and you'd finish that son of a bitch off. So
if we got gifted 1,000 subs right now, I still wouldn't do it.
Oh man. I think you could. I think you could. I'm not saying you should, or I'm not even pressuring you to. I think you could.
No.
Yeah, I know. Don't.
The human body can do no more.
Definitely don't do it.
John Overholt, thank you for subscribing over on YouTube.
But I do think you could.
I pray that you subscribe to us for our YouTube content and not what just happened over the past hour. No, I'm not drinking anymore, you psychopath. I'll have you know that not a single person subbed after I finished that either. You just thanks for the words, everybody. Thanks for pretending that I'm being inspirational by
I'm
being
how
masochistic.
how many subs in total though? You got a lot of that today, right? Like so. I think the overall accomplishment. There's a lot of positives today.
I'm sure at some point I will be able to recognize that. That moment is not right now, though. Our sub count is at 448, which is definitely incredible.
There you go. Look at that. People are going to work as hard as they normally do.
You inspired me. I will work as hard as I usually do now.
Yeah.
I am definitely not hungry anymore. All I want to do is bathe in mouthwash.
I don't think that works that way.
Maybe.
I think you have to.
I don't know.
I hope.
Because I feel like I'm going to have liver coming out of my pores.
Mm,
And so.
I understand that.
Yeah. See you tomorrow for the midweek mailbag. Yeah, that's just insane. Becoming a member over on YouTube. Thanks, buddy. All right, I think it's time to go.
Okay.
Okay.
Look. I just want to reiterate. I think we're all feeling very accomplished here today.
Sure. Why not? Is there anyone I want to raid? You guys want to raid T-Pain? You want to check out T-Pain's stream? Let's do that. No! JB, no. As much as I'd love to hit 500 subs in our first stream back, I'm not doing any more pain to myself.
He said me.
Listen.
He said,
okay.
me. He didn't say you. He said me.
Okay. I'm in.
Your tone changed very quickly.
Yeah. I'm not going to tell you where Justin Rogers is going. He's going to tell you tomorrow. So.
Oh, tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's his announced date.
Sweet.
As far as I know, that's last I think he announced on social media. So 3 eggs?
Oh, you're not going to hit 500. I think one is acceptable, right? I mean, I don't even know if I have eggs in my house. I've kind of banned them after the Movember stuff. So, but I bet I have some in there.
I'm not going to speak on Justin Rogers, guys. That's not my new story to tell. 11:05. Line of demarcation. If we're not at 500, I'm ending stream. If we do, we'll see what Eric will do for it.
Whatever, man. It's a sense of accomplishment. I feel good for you. I'm happy for you. You did a great job. Egg and yogurt smoothie.
Oh God. Everything just sounds like I don't want to watch you eat something gross right now because it's just gonna conjure up feelings that I've been feeling for the last hour.
The trick with the eggs is you'd have to just put them all like in a glass at once and then just try and shepherd it.
That's 5 gifted subs from Dustin Whitehead. That's 20 gifted subs from Laser Mouse. Wait, was that 20 or 40? No, it's 20. 40 total. That puts us to 452. Is that right? No, that's not right. I think that needs to update. 461, is that right? That still doesn't seem right.
How we only did this in November. In November. I didn't know we were doing new tasks.
This is largely your fault at this point. So
why? I was just trying to encourage you.
Stop. How do I turn this voice off?
Oh no! This is my it's after 10 o'clock, man. This is the voice.
That's not true. You've never made this voice. 473.
What would be worse? Have it an egg or like one of the Bean Boozled? Because I bet I could find my Bean Boozleds somewhere. I don't know where they are, but I bet I could.
JT Sam is in for 10 gifted if 2 other people do 10 gifted. That would push us over the top. You got 3 minutes. Wait, I said 11:05. You got 1 minute, chat. It's 11:04. There's 5 from Chrissy Shepard. 10 from Kronar. That puts us at 485. 488. 12 away. 5 from Vivid, 10 from JT Sam.
Is that it?
That will do it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure the exact number we're at, but
I thought it was.
I'm fairly certain that put us over. There's another 5 from Junk Trunk just in case. 508 is what I have y'all at. We're not even gonna up the goal at that point. 500 is ridiculous.
That's crazy.
Got in on time too.
Let's keep going.
5 from Lost Oceans. Crazy. You guys are crazy.
All right.
I'm starting to feel a little better now. I'm not. This is no longer my challenge.
I feel confident that you can finish this.
No. Go in there and get your Aggies.
Okay, question. Do I have to go through the whole show on like cracking them on like here? Can I just prep it?
You can just prep it. That's fine.
Because I tell you, the mess that was in my garage after the eggs, like I do those 2 dozen eggs that I got smashed, even with the tarp, it took me so long to clean up. It was so bad. It was worse than actually getting it on. All right. How many? 3 or 2? It says at least 2, or JB said at least 2. I mean,
I don't know. Do you want to push yourself?
I don't know.
Do you want to do the bare? I mean, if you want, you could be the kind of person to do the bare minimum.
You got to slow down. Yeah, you got to get the voice lower. To read it well.
I just never known Eric to be the kind of person that does the bare minimum, you know. Oh God, this my desk is a mess. There's a plate with a couple of chunks that I couldn't swallow. Right? Oh God, like the top of the blender. Just the stench. And I'm also like sweating too. I've been under these hot lights for 4 hours. This is what you guys have been missing now. One Pride, thank you for the 15-month subscribed. Twitch. Maybe it is the meat sweats. The blended meat sweats. Oh, man. How many subs on the day? I don't even know. I can... Is that 3? Is there a third yoke in there? The one at the bottom is the third? All right. I trust you.
You can spin it around if you want to see. There's definitely 3 in there.
Okay, that's fine.
The last time I did this was a long time ago. Like high school. So
You gotta start lifting again now.
I needed to, like, I don't know. You remember Rocky? I thought it was Rocky.
I love how you're treating it like it's some underground indie flick. You ever see that movie? Not a lot of people have heard of it. It's called Infinity Wars. Have you heard of that?
You mean with the guy from the gaming commercials?
I don't
remember. I thought I could come up with the commercial off the top of my head, and I couldn't.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Hemsworth does like a commercial, and so anyway. All right.
Now who's stalling by bringing up weird non sequiturs?
Well, look, the good thing is it shouldn't get stuck in my teeth. So
It's true. Consider yourself lucky. It's like looking into a mirror in myself an hour ago.
yeah, but
Those big deep breaths.
that's like it's like 2 sips there. The trick is you just gotta get,
But yeah,
you just gotta like,
Yeah, you open up the gullet and you just dump
yeah,
it.
and just gotta get the yolks past you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, do I have to worry about salmonella?
Probably.
There's actually some really gross pieces in here, which is really not helping my case. Like, it looked fine at first. At first, when it was just like it was just like the yolk and then like the liquid, and now like there's white coagulation starting to form and stuff. But
Should we just cancel the midweek mailbag now because we're both just gonna be like keeled over?
That's good. All right. You ready?
More than ready.
Here you go. Ready? There you go.
Damn.
Pretty terrible. The first one didn't go in my throat, so they hit log jam.
You got a traffic jam in there?
And I had to swallow
For-
to get the first one down, and then I had to reopen. So
It looked like for a second some of it was coming back out of your mouth.
yeah, probably because like it got jammed there for a second.
Well,
right.
that's the show, y'all.
I got a lot of energy now. Got my protein
There you go.
ready to go.
Go write the newsletter for me. I don't know what's left, chat. I think we're done. It's a 4-hour podcast stream where I feel like we did about 20 minutes of Lions talk. Well, you're not spinning the wheel of pain. Mark Van Workum, thank you for subscribing on YouTube again.
Nice.
I'm slightly concerned that we're getting subscriptions during this portion. And I hope you're not expecting this sort of ending to all of our streams, because that ain't happening. But if you missed any of this, you can watch them immediately back on YouTube or Twitch. The podcast itself will be up on the stream tomorrow. And then, yeah, tomorrow night we'll be back at it, 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock.
I think we had talked 7, but
I think so.
I'm flexible if you need to switch it.
7 o'clock. Eric and I will be taking midweek mailbag questions. We'll probably put out a call for that tomorrow morning or afternoon. So if you want to ask questions, you can send it to us on Twitter, or we'll answer some questions in between streams for a live audience as well. That's 7 p.m. right here, YouTube and Twitch. And then obviously that will be on the stream, the podcast stream on Tuesday.
Good job. Nice first episode back.
We did it. I don't have any other words.
I'm proud of you.
No. Don't do it. All right. We're not going to raid anybody. We're just going to end stream there. So we will see you guys tomorrow night. Get some rest. Eat some Pepto-Bismol.